that mean you will take this as your policy direction?
Absolutely not. The recommendation is City Executive Committee requests the City Manager to report back on individual strategies and key actions contained. So the intention is for us to undertake additional research, additional analysis, and to report back to Executive Committee. There is no action beyond the development of further work implied in that.
You're not pursuing certain directions, the research you're doing. For instance, there were questions raised about the optimization of assets, and so is that work you're going to pursue, for instance?
So to be crystal clear, there's nothing in the recommendation that should be read as a desire on my part or broader staff's part to proceed with any type of privatization of hydro or any other initiative. No, it's not direction. It is direction to continue work, which, to be very frank, is our job and our obligation to continue to develop strategies, including these.
We've had 4 years, and actually, if you go back to 2005, and the long-term fiscal plan in 2005 pointed out exactly the same issues, pointed out similar strategies, if not the same strategies. And here we are now, 4 years into this term, and once again, without a clear council direction on these matters. Why have we not got before us a real set of strategies that this council believes should pursue? It should pursue.
And I tried to be clear about this, and I apologize if I was not. What the report points out, and what I believe to be true, is that Council has actually pursued 2 sets of strategies, a separate revenue strategy and a separate service strategy in which it has continuously sought to augment services, adopted new reports, which significantly increases, without actually providing the resources in order to implement those. That choice about whether or not you pursue a smaller government or a larger government strategy, the mix of services, is fundamentally a political choice. It would be, in my view, completely inappropriate for a city manager to come forward with one of those and say, here, you owe, your services cost $1.4 billion or 1.x, and then develop a strategy to finance that, or similarly to say your strategy should be all cuts.
Mr. City Manager, I'm not suggesting that you are the one who should come forward and say, select the city building option or a smaller government option. What I'm saying is that we have not been given, before us, council, in 4 years now, another term passed, without it being laid out for us to approve a specific direction and with those specific recommendations to pursue. I feel as though these last 4 years we've been waiting for this, and I'm wondering why those specific recommendations or options aren't laid out for us.
So the options have been laid out a number of different times in reports. Staff have been, I think, quite full in their analysis and in their concerns. This is not the first report done by the Deputy City Managers and I. We have been clear about the gap between aspiration and capacity over a period of time. We've also been clear through the revenue reports and through a variety of other expenditure management approaches about the opportunities and potential policies and strategies to close those gaps.
So how do we move? I mean, here we are again, punting it off to another term of council. I really am frustrated as an elected politician, and I leave it, maybe what we really need is some political leadership to take this now and give some further direction. Because if what you're saying right now, Mr. City Manager, is you're not taking direction from this report, then I'm wondering, what is it that this council is going to say after 4 years about how to solve the very fundamental fiscal challenges of this city?
I think awareness and a direct conversation is an excellent start. I think that we are moving in the appropriate direction. I think understanding that the city is in fact well managed is stable, but there's a gap between aspirations and capacity is critical. And then, frankly, it will be up to the elected leadership. I say that with respect. And
So how do I have a chance to do anything about it as a member of council? I could easily have taken this and said, okay, here what I think could form the basis of recommendations. How do I have an opportunity to do that as an elected official?
You do have that opportunity. This is part of that dialogue.
Last question. Thank you.
You're saying I have one last question?
No, that was the last one.
Oh.
6 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so all of the questions have been asked by members of the council who are visiting with us today, and can I then move to questions of staff by the members of the committee? Councillor Ainsley. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Wallace, I just want to ask, I guess, some clarification on your presentation. At one point, with regards to the municipal land transfer tax, there was a comment, I guess you made, that if we didn't have it or if we had to replace it, we'd have to look at increasing our revenues by 20%?
25% is, I think, what the model says, yes.
Okay. And then the next question, in the operating forecast, I think it was in the appendix, I was looking at that for the MLTT, it's forecast to stay at the 2018 level for indefinitely? Is that what?
And just to be very clear, it's not a forecast. We actually don't have the capacity to forecast MLTT. Land policies, the interaction between residential prices, volume, commercial prices, and volume is such that the City of Toronto does not have a sophisticated understanding of the dynamics which drives our land transfer tax. So we've made an assumption. The assumption is that it's flatlined on a going forward basis. That's just an assumption rather than a forecast or an analysis.
Right. So if the 800, I think it's 819.7. So if that's incorrect, we've got to fill that gap. For example, like last year, I understand the housing market
on land transfer tax, then the opportunity to accept substantially more debt is, I think, in place. If it has not de-risked itself and it is raising debt with an absolute obligation to pay first and foremost, I think that would be a challenging scenario. So I don't think this is not a straightforward piece. Part of the question is that council does need to have, through budget committee, through executive committee, conversations around if we de-risk some of the revenue picture on land transfer tax, that may allow us to responsibly increase the level of overall debt in exchange for providing vitally important services in the future.
So on to another question. The KPMG report from November 2016, Additional Economic Assessment of Revenue Options. We've heard some comments that all of council is not really getting a say in where we're going with this. My view would be this would be a substantive document that acts more of a roadmap than much of what's before us now. This came to council, did it not?
Just to be very clear, this report, we made a conscious choice not to reiterate the work that had been done earlier. So this report stands in the shadow of and relies heavily on the KPMG material. That's why the revenue section is so short. Factually, that did go to council.
But we can make the argument that the substantive revenue tool document has been before council, and councillors have voted. I've looked at the voting record here. Councillor Davis has voted on numerous motions. We've had a fulsome discussion.
But yes, but with respect and care, not necessarily in terms of the full volume of the report.
Okay, so there's more work to do. We all agree on that. You mentioned in passing, page 37 in particular, about the importance of Toronto Parking Authority. And as you're aware, there was a bit of a battle over what to do with commuter parking lots, valuable city assets. It was my position that they stay as valuable assets. we send motions to your office. There's a couple of people sitting in the back there who supported the privatization of them. Council, in the end, sent a signal that these were important assets and should be preserved, yet we never really heard back from your office on the importance of them and keeping them as vital revenue tools and vital city assets.
So they are being kept as vital revenue tools and vital city assets, and there's nothing in this report that suggests that we ever surrender control or majority control of any of these assets. What this report suggests, though, that as any responsible enterprise should do, is we should look at whether or not these reports are producing maximal revenue or revenue appropriately. And right now, where we charge transit users a very, very substantial cost for the use of their public service, and road users very small cost for their overall cost of use of the roads, both providing mobility, both providing public utility. But one group pays a very steep, almost all of, 2/3 of the cost. Another group provides only a very small share of that. We effectively socialize the cost of driving, privatize the cost of public transit. That seems irrational, and the pricing strategy of the Toronto Parking Authority might be part of that conversation.
Well, sir.
That was your last question.
was it.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wallace, with regards to in your presentation this morning, you spoke about the transform procurement in terms of finding savings, efficiencies, and to get value for money, literally. So my question to you is, as it relates to we are doing quite a bit of infrastructure work out there and the billions of dollars. So very often we've been faced with a key question in terms of quality of work, quality of materials, and very often once the projects are signed off, there we go. So are you planning within that context to look to redefine the transform procurement process?
So I think the transformation of procurement is potentially very, very important. I do believe and that it needs to be approached cautiously. We do know that on our large infrastructure projects, which I believe you're referring to, Councillor, we do have a challenge in terms of procurement, managing the relationship with contractors, achieving overall value, including the way in which we estimate those projects. I think that having a thoughtful conversation with Council about how to potentially reform procurement may yield additional value for the city and allow for reprioritization of money and dedication to either lower taxes or to improve services.
How about smaller companies? And we have by the hundreds of companies out there that they probably meet the specifications of the procurement process, and I'm talking about smaller companies that they want to be part of the process in terms of fairness, equity. But if they haven't done any business with the city, for example, if they don't have the two projects that my understanding is required, how can they ever be part of the process? Are you planning to look within this refinements of the transform procurement to look at it as well?
So one of the challenges we have, and I believe you are correct with procurement, is that we set relatively high barriers to entry into the public sector marketplace. Many of those are appropriate, and many of those are absolutely necessary, and they include things like social conditions and a variety of others, as well as regulatory compliance. Having said that, we may well want to look at whether or not those barriers are entirely appropriate and whether or not there is a way of bringing other smaller firms in, increasing competition and driving greater value.
Great. In terms of financial tools moving forward, is while talking to a lot of people out there, and at least in my part of the woods there, one of the key questions is why don't we look at some sort of municipal and sales tax that would be more equitable, sustainable, fair, and that would apply to everyone. So, and that's one of the financial tools in terms of revenue that would be sustainable. Do we need permission within the City of Toronto Act to get to it?
So I think you might get different answers if I share the microphone here, but I will give you my answer first. It may well make policy sense to have a municipal sales tax. It's at least arguable that there are elements of a regional income tax that would make sense. In all likelihood, it's not going to happen. These are gaps that are likely up to the City of Toronto to address. You can address them by lowering services. You can address them by increasing revenue within the suite of policy options we have at this point. But being able to tax liquor, being able to tax sales, being able to tax income, getting a lottery, variety of other things are highly unlikely and have never been indicated. We went forward as a City Council with a relatively modest approach to road pricing, starting with two areas. We were met with the unanimous opposition of the Ontario legislature. I think to actually expect that we will get sales tax, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario rolled this out as a policy option, was turned down on the morning of their announcement by all three political parties. So one thing I would urge City Council is to not look for things that aren't there, but to actually make practical use of the tools that we have available. Longer term, it may well make sense to have that dialogue with the province of Ontario and the Government of Canada, both of whom would be required in order to get a sales tax, but that's not likely to happen in the near future.
Within that context, and my last question, it's with the MLTT. Now, if the market stagnates,
with the which, sorry?
if the MLTT, the municipal land transfer taxes, if the housing market slows down, if it stagnates, then what, in terms of getting the shortcomings, in terms of to cover the gap?
So we are monitoring land transfer tax on a monthly basis. It did not grow in the month of February, and in fact dropped a little bit below the pace and the expectations that we had been holding to. We don't obviously know yet about what will happen in March. When we presented the budget, we indicated that the first place, if that staff would recommend, looking if there were a downturn, we would approach council and potentially a future council by looking at the allocation of capital from current. That would force a reduction in capital spending, but that would be moderated over time. So that would be the first place to look. We'd have to adapt depending on what the circumstances and other factors were.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Bailão, Deputy Mayor Bailão.
Thank you. I just want to understand a little bit more about the gap. You did say that the gap has been growing because we have been expanding our services. And if we want to continue to expand our services, so the option 3, that the gap will continue to grow. I just want to confirm that's what you said.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so is this the gap that every year we start the year with? So in previous years, it's been 700 million, 600 million. So what you're saying is that at that point, it's going to be that big. It's going to be a $1.4 billion, which most likely would be much harder to deal with than what we've been dealing up to now. Is that?
To some extent, yes. But what this is basically an effort to say, if we make a number of assumptions, and they're clear about land transfer tax, other governments, and a variety of other things like that, if we make some assumptions about the growth in program expense that we have observed, here's what will happen under a kind of status quo projection. This is what we will have. These are the types of gaps that would be, over time, required to be wrestled down.
But is the 1.4 billion on top of what we usually start, or no? It's continuing that the gap grows to 1.4.
It would be the gap would grow to that level.
Okay.
Just to be very clear, though, because we have a balanced budget, it would never grow to that level.
Yes,
action would have
exactly.
to be taken.
Yeah.
This is designed just to show you the implications of the widening curves.
Okay. We've been talking a lot about multi-year operational budget. It's not the first time that we've been talking about it. Why haven't we done it?
I think part of it is, it's a very, very good question. We do show you a couple of years. I think it is partial, and I'm always struck, frankly, by the absence of council questions on two things, on risk and on multi-year budgeting. And it is essentially, I don't actually know why it is that there has not been as much focus in on the multi-year or on the broader fiscal framework for the operating.
Okay. So, I mean, in broad strokes, I just want to make sure that I read your report correctly, because so you said there's no concern for delay. If you just want to basically make sure inform executive what you're doing. Basically, the big message from here is council should start with a strategic plan, a clear vision that sets the priorities and targets for the 4 years so that you can develop a fiscal plan at the beginning of the term. Newly elected council comes in, sets the strategy, and sets the process and the way that is going to deliver on that strategy, which obviously can only be delivered with money. Is that what you're telling us?
I think that is basically correct, yes.
So what you're saying is the basic first change that we should do as a council is actually tie the two together, and that needs to be done with a very strong mandate at the beginning of the term, with a strategic vision for this council meeting, and then how we're going to deploy that every year through our budget.
That is the core notion involved in terms of the choice of a path.
Is that one of the reasons why you're saying, let's come back at the beginning of the term? Because you need that vision from a council, and you need the time to implement it?
I think, frankly, the vision can be started at any point in time. I think it makes most sense, given where we are in the cycle, to look forward to a new council cycle and start from there. That's mostly, though, driven by frankly, where we are in the calendar, and less by the election cycle, more just simply that we are through this year's budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bailão. I had Councillor DeGiorgio next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my first question is, would you agree that over the last 15 years there's been a significant change in the structure of the property taxes? By that I mean the property taxes once upon a time used to cover a whole bunch of services, but more recently we've kind of downsized the actual core services covered by property taxes and introduced other revenue tools like user fees and what have you.
So, yes, two things have happened. Their user fees have broadened as a base, and land transfer tax has also effectively substituted or displaced property tax.
Right. And we've also had other revenue tools like the sign tax and hotel tax. If I heard you correctly, Mr. City Manager, you basically said, you know, we've really broadened the revenue tools. I'm not sure that we are going to have access to even more new revenue tools in the future.
So my view is that council may wish to argue for other forms of revenue, including shares of income or sales tax. There are very, very significant technical, policy, and political barriers to accomplishing those. We have probably, in my view, largely maximized the small or boutique revenues available to us. There are a handful of relatively significant tools that are available if council wishes to land on the city building side of the equation and continue to expand or commit to continue to expand the level of services provided.
In the context of city building, we heard that, you know, with population increases and whatnot, the actual cost of service delivery goes up. But I'm not sure that it goes up on a linear model. I think that once we start improving service levels, there may be actually a different kind of growth and not a linear growth in the costs. That's my fear. And I think to the extent that we use a 5-year projection or a 10-year projection, that would capture that growth and bring it to the eyes of council before they make any real substantial decisions on increasing service levels.
So I think you're entirely correct, and I think one of the things that is important is that it will not be linear. There has been, and it's on page 53, essentially a linear reduction in the cost per capita. What council has told us, and it's told us very clearly, and we've costed these in that additional companion report 32.9, is that council would like to invest in a wide variety of other programs. Smart Track and other transit networks. Those will ultimately require additional resources. And those will be nonlinear. They will be a step up.
And then my last comment, and perhaps in the form of a question, is that I'm not I'm not convinced that, and really the issue of fairness as to whether, let's say, people who take transit pay an inordinate cost because of the fares that they're asked to, versus motorists that you know, in my view, have license fees. They have road taxes, unbelievable, through the gasoline tax. And I'm wondering to what extent the road taxes that motorists pay at the gas pumps, what proportion of that volume we would get back from the upper level of government.
So we can do the calculation on that, but Toronto itself gets a relatively small portion of the tax. Toronto does fund off its own tax base, off the property tax base, its roads. If we actually just look at the degree of public sector subsidy resolved, for example, for a family of car driving a car, for the car versus a family of four that actually pays transit, I think we'll discover that the transit cost is likely in excess of that, and that the private cost of using public transit is substantially higher than the private cost of using roads. Road taxes are there, but they're not that significant relative to the $3 a fare charge associated with every time you get on a TTC vehicle.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Now, do I have other members of the committee wishing to ask questions of staff before we, Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to reiterate, I think some of what Councillor or Deputy Mayor Bilal was saying. So from here, you're going to be taking this report. You're going to be going away, coming back to us, I said, I'm assuming at the beginning of the new term of council, with a series of recommendations based on what we've read here. Is that correct?
I think as appropriate, but yes, most of that will necessarily come forward as part of the next term of council.
Okay, and then again, these recommendations, you know, when we're looking at how do we achieve our long-term financial stability, you have at this point enough, if I want to call it information, to come back to us with a fulsome set of recommendations to be able to achieve what we're all trying to achieve here, which is our long-term financial stability?
Yes, and I think the first thing we're aiming for is, this would be sequenced. I think the first thing to aim for would be improved information for council to make decisions, a little bit better sense of the longer term, a little bit better sense of linking the operating and capital costs of new programs, making sure that those are understood and linked together better, supporting a mayor's address, a variety of things like that. Some of the other recommendations might take some time to bring forward.
Okay, but you do feel that the timing is right for you to be able to achieve that when we hit. The concern, of course, is when I became budget chief 4 years ago, we had the same conversation about multi-year planning, and we're having the same conversation again. We couldn't achieve it for various reasons, and I want to ensure that whatever new mayor and new council come back, is that they have every opportunity to cut right out of the gate to be able to begin to try to get to that next step of what we really ultimately need to do.
We actually haven't needed multi-year planning because each year, the challenge of multi-year planning, and the reason you would do multi-year planning is to make effective choices. Each year, we haven't had to make effective choices because land transfer tax has come in and obviated the need to make a choice on that continuum. It's our view that that's not a practical approach going forward, so we would like to be in a position to offer a returning council a better, more strategic framework for decisions going forward. And yes, that would imply a better understanding. And the modeling we've done, that we've referred to a number of times, is the basics of that. So that's not a multi-year plan, but it is a multi-year starting point against which council can then structure its new plans.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Other members of the committee? If there aren't any, I might just ask a question. Let me just reset the clock here. Mr. Wallace, if I could, I'm just anxious because I think there's been a lot of reference made to phrases that I took a note of, which I'll repeat later, but about this was referred to as a framework, and you know, you yourself made reference to necessary work to provide for decision making, critical next steps. Would I be right that the kind of work that has to be done, for example, is to take even two documents that are in this executive committee binder, which is the one that comes later on, that's the multi-year, I think it's called service level analysis, that has a lot of numbers in it as to future financial consequences of decisions that have been taken or initiatives that have been begun, putting that together, for example, with the revenue tools report that previously was done that talked about different options, including those that have now been, I guess, scratched off the list, putting that together with this report and coming back with something that's a bit more sort of prescriptive given all, is that the kind of work that has to be done to put these separate pieces of work together? I think it might help everybody, the audience watching and so on.
That is the kind of work, and the reason that we need some time and space to do that work is frankly, José Levida's area is extraordinarily high functioning, but it is very small. And the opportunity, and you know, we were hard pressed to get this report done because it took some time to actually do the modeling, to actually consult with external experts and have a dialogue. The reality is that the organizations are very lean, and we do need time and space to get more thoughtful approaches and actually develop the basics and the starting point for a multi-year perspective.
Okay. There was an interesting dialogue that occurred a couple of minutes ago, I forget, was between yourself and somebody else about, you made mention of the mayor's strategic speech, which of course is discussed in here. Whoever the mayor is, just the mayor of the day. How important is it, if your staff were tasked now with coming back with a financial plan, as it were, a fiscal plan, which is what this is about in some respects, how much would you feel you have right now by way of any kind of strategic direction from the mayor or the council? And I say that not, you know, I'll accept criticism that's due where it's due, but does that have to proceed coming back to some extent with a financial plan, like the sort of detailed numbers, detailed options?
I think that work that we'll consider in the absence of a full council conversation that will occur at some point will be work that will be aimed at refining essentially the toolkit. And the toolkit here is the information that can be provided to council about the not just the suite of programs. What we've done is we've been able to cost the suite of programs. What we've been able to make is relatively simple comments. But the dialogue we were having earlier around if council were to want to raise the debt limit, which might well be an appropriate element, how can it do that in a way that is fully responsible and does not increase risk? That might mean a transfer in terms of land transfer tax, allocating land transfer tax to more episodic or projects on a project basis rather than just building it as part of our core revenue. Frankly, that's a dialogue that takes a little bit of time and energy to create and structure.
Do decisions that are yet to come, like something like development charges, have any bearing on this as well? In other words, would that be kind of a piece of the puzzle, as it were, that as somebody was looking at the long term, recognizing it's to pay for growth, but nonetheless, some of what we're talking about trying to pay for here is not just operational, operational growth in expenditure, but also growth in the context of capital spending. Is that one of these kinds of things as well that's unknown as of the moment and as of next week, but will be known at some time in the next few months?
Any future approvals by this council, the treatment of development charges, the treatment of tax increment finance, the treatment of the IMIT program will all influence the source of resources available for capital funding. The judgment about the incremental $4 billion being provided by the Government of Canada, now matched by the province, Ontario, also incredibly important. The reality of this is that these are moment-in-time snapshots, and whatever we're working on in March of 2018, we can reasonably understand will evolve and be substantially different, including potentially on intergovernmental contexts in the fall or in the fall of 2018 or the winter of 2019.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to ask questions? If not, we can. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Shiner.
Sorry, your comments were one that you can bring something back later and then get the full input from all of council. So what further input would you expect to be getting? And is there the value of getting that now? Or what would the value be of getting that input now?
I'm going to answer the question very narrowly. I think council and this committee can consider whether or not there is a need and an appropriate dialogue for broader City Council to have an opportunity to debate the current version of the long-term financial plan. I'm comfortable with either approach, obviously. From my perspective, it is essential to lay out to council, to the mayor, to executive committee, an understanding of the basic research that we have done in terms of the aspirations, the gaps, some of the information. The executive committee recommendation or endorsement of the recommendation we have made is sufficient for city staff to go do work that they believe is necessary. I would be entirely uncomfortable with a broader debate and input. I do not view that as essential or necessary for the work that city staff need to undertake. To be very, very clear, nothing city staff will do will foreclose options. It will all be done, especially in this initial period, largely from the perspective of developing a toolkit that will advise a future mayor, executive committee, and council in 2019.
And what outreach have you had so far with members of council in regards to this report?
We have undertaken a number of so this is now, this builds on earlier versions of the report, directional versions. It builds on the work earlier noted by one of the councillors in terms of the KPMG and revenue analysis. A number of councillors were very gracious and did support our public outreach and consultation as well. And of course, I've had a number of dialogues with individual councillors.
So is it your plan, or is it their value in the plan, to do an outreach to the members of council offline in lieu of having a debate at council, which may have a whole bunch of motions that do or don't get adopted? Because there are major reports that come out where staff do take the time to go around and meet with the councillors that have interest or perspectives and understand what they are and see how they might or may not be able to be carried forward in recommendations. So I'm kind of wondering the value of having a whole debate and repeating this at council, bunch of motions, some may or may not get adopted, or is there another route where you could have further input from my colleagues?
I understand the point, and I understand that the other route does work, and I understand it works very well in terms of some of the narrower elements, but this is in fact a global trade-off that considers three different concepts: the core policy choice associated with the city in terms of its core policy choice, and then within that policy choice, the mix of both revenues and expenditures, the relative prioritization of both. I don't think that can actually be broken down into individual dialogues with councillors. It might be a useful point, but I don't think it would be something that staff could necessarily take as direction.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Any other questions of staff? Okay, if there are none, then we can move to speakers. And I had on my list, which I have here somewhere, there it is, Councillor Davis first, and just from Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Perks. Okay, so we have those three to start off. And Councillor Davis, over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to stand again. It feels like I should. We're in a council chamber. Anyway. I have a motion that the item be forwarded to City Council for consideration. I have asked every member around this table if they would move it on my behalf, and I have not yet found anyone who's willing to do that, and that's unfortunate. I do think this report should be forwarded to the governing body of this corporation. It contains, yet again, another analysis of the fiscal frailty of this city. It sets out a number of key directions. It does set out a number of options. And I believe that it should have been and could have been put before us in a way that we could debate, and that we have a duty to debate. I feel insulted, frankly, after 4 years in this term of council, that I have not been given the obligation to engage in this report and to have my community know how I stand on these very items before an election. I also feel insulted because I do believe that we should be giving our advice to the next council. These are not issues that are new. So I do have many things in this report that I support. And I do want to thank our staff for setting them out in such a concise and clear way. And there are key actions that could very easily have been recommendations and that we could have supported, debated, adopted or not. There are things in here I do not support. And I don't believe that a continued review of the optimization and the revenue possibilities for hydro in the way that it's structured here is something we should be doing. I also don't think that we should continue with a strategy of privatizing and contracting out public services, and that is not new and will not be a surprise for you to hear that from me. But I also think that what we have had is an unwillingness to tackle those challenges that the city manager put forward today, each and every budget year. We have had finance staff say to us for many years we need multi-year plans. And what do we have? Multi-year plans, many of which were endorsed unanimously by council. And what happens is that we then come to the budget and we find those who are courageous enough to say, yes, this is what our city needs. We're not courageous enough to put the money in the budget to fund it. What I'm struggling with is a model that somehow we're going to endorse here today, or you are going to endorse here today through a tacit approval. No matter what you call it, you are sending it back and saying, go ahead to our council, to our staff. Go ahead and work in these directions. I don't care what anyone says. That is what is going to happen. And so we're setting ourselves up for some kind of system where in comes a new government and they're going to set a 4-year budget. What makes that any different than what we do? We have approved multi-year plans, and we have approved 20-year multi-year capital budgets, and we have approved multi-year operating budgets. Have they been fully and adequately accommodating the service plans? No. But tell us how. That's what I wanted to see. We have service plans. We have adopted sets of plans that say this is what our city needs. And now we need the financial strategy to match it. I agree. But it's not going to be a 4-year plan and then another 4-year plan. And in fact, one of the things we struggled with transit is that we need to move beyond the 4-year election cycle. We need ongoing strategies that build this city, and I don't doubt for a moment that there's a councillor around this table who does not believe that the direction we need to go is to build this city. And I look forward, I hope, to having someone move my motion so that we can debate this further at City Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank city staff for preparing this report. I recognize that this always does require work and a lot of thought. There's oftentimes reference to modeling, but I don't think we ever get to see the actual modeling, just in terms of the summary and the outcomes of the modeling, and I would like to see that in the future. I agree with Councillor Davis in her remarks in terms of this particular document not landing on the floor of council, and I do so largely because I also take note that we have been waiting for this particular document, and I remember that in 2015 conversations were afoot that we were going to set this city on the right financial path forward, that there was new leadership and that there were things that will be done that was going to be different than the previous term of council. And so we patiently waited for what was going to be the new fiscal vision. In 2016, there was some talk about what that vision would look like, and very clearly the city manager provided city council and through the executive committee an update that they were going to be doing some more work, but here's a snapshot of what was before us. And that snapshot of 2016 in November is largely the same snapshot that's here today. There's probably more detail and reference to modeling, and there's reference to key actions, but not necessarily recommendations. And that was supposed to come back in 2017. It never came back in 2017, and now it's here before us. And instead of it actually going to City Council, and this is why it's so troubling, is that we're now asking staff to go and think about this some more. It's been a very long time, coming, and I'm troubled by the fact that this timing doesn't seem to ever, that we can't seem to land this plane. And there is some language in the last report that I want to be able to just highlight, because this was the next step of the 2016 report. And this is from that direct report. Reaching financial sustainability is a challenge. To achieve it, it will require difficult and painful decisions. The city is past the point where it can defer solving its structural financial challenge. Being unable to reasonably kick the can down the road means that we must begin to address it now. Those were the words of the city manager in 2016 by way of this report. A final long-term financial plan will be presented to the committee, the executive committee, and city council in 2017 in the second quarter. That did not come, and this is the report. And so we have now a recommendation suggesting to the executive committee to send this back to the city manager and the financial management team of the city, and they're going to explore some further strategies. Now only in 2019 will this report come back without any procedural standing, and then we'll think about it in the new term of council. Just says to me that perhaps the words in this 2016 report perhaps ring a little bit hollow, and I apologize if I offend anybody. But I am just so concerned that we're really not making a decision at all, that we are circling around and having conversations about how to make things happen, and then we bunt it and we defer it. And so it is particularly from that perspective that I find this very frustrating, and I'm sure many who are watching the proceedings will find it frustrating. But it's also the fact that, you know, when we hear a representative of CUPE, who represents a good chunk of the Toronto Public Service, a good majority of them, say that they were not particularly consulted is also causing me some concern. And who was consulted? Because city staff did seek the advice, and they sought stakeholder meetings with a broad range of organizations, including the Movie Theatre Association of Canada, the Ontario Association of Cemetery and Funerals, the Canadian Automobile Association, but not from CUPE. And I find that to be particularly challenging. And then my final point, Mr. Mayor, and to the members of the Executive Committee, is that we still don't have any idea on how we're going to build a budgeting process or the financial management of this city with a gender equity lens. And this is after City Council had said to city staff and directed to the city manager, please bring back a process for us and a framework that will help us build a more inclusive and accessible and fair budget. In 2015 we said that, in 2016 we said that, in 2017 we said that, and now there is 2 paragraphs, literally 2 paragraphs in this report that says we don't have a strategy, we don't have a how to get us there, so there's no implementation, and we're still thinking about collecting disaggregated data, which forms the foundation of all that work. And with that, I'll just conclude my remarks. I do hope that someone can take Councillor Davis's motion and direct this report to Council for some additional thought and consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to stand, if only because these two very red, imposing chairs here sort of block me off from seeing anything. One of the suggestions in the city manager's report is at the beginning of term, the new mayor and his executive committee, or maybe just the mayor by himself or herself, make a speech about, what priorities we would like to have during that term of council. And that's an interesting notion. We've had stuff sort of similar in the past. Ms. Levita will remember the term 76 trombones, referring to Mayor Miller's very extensive package that he brought at the beginning of his second term. The issue that's interesting, though, is how does the public vote for an agenda that someone who's running for mayor or running for council would be advocating for in that beginning of that term? Well, the key thing, every time I've ever knocked on a door, is people ask themselves what they think about what the previous administration and members of council did. And we have an opportunity, and this is in answer to the question I think that Councillor Shiner was asking about, what would be the benefit of taking this report to City Council. We have an opportunity as elected officials to stand up in front of the public, and it would be my intention to move a motion to make that opportunity to vote for one of the three broad policy directions outlined in the city manager's report. City manager says, if we want to stay within the revenue base that we have, or perhaps even shrink it a little bit, we can provide just services to property. Or we could stay with the suite of services that we currently have, not including Smart Track, not including the Scarborough subway, not including the poverty reduction phase 2, not including the investments in childcare that we've voted on as a council, but just the exact bunch of services that we have right now, plus something of a tax increase. We could support that. Or we could support continuing to build and invest in the city with significant tax increases in one form or another. And we could vote based on motions at council in just a week on which of those we want the city manager to go out and start investigating, because there's very different work you do if you're designing a financial model and a service model to provide services just to property. You do different work if you want to build a model for the city where you grow and invest the services that we make and the investment we make back into the community in Toronto in transit and social services. That's different work to do. And that would give the members, the voting public, a real opportunity to evaluate the members of council, the mayor, in terms of the agenda that we have brought. And in terms of what we say after this term of council we see as the priorities going forward. To refuse to do that is to refuse to give voters a clear choice. It's to do more of what we have done too much this term, which is to dither our way through complicated policy choices. Shirley Hoy, Joe Penichetti, Peter Wallace, none of them have been shy about telling us that we need to make that decision. You'll recall when Joe was the chief financial officer under Shirley Hoy, and then when he was the city manager, he had a checklist. We had to do certain things to become sustainable. He said, you need the land transfer tax, the vehicle registration fee, and the sales tax, as well as long-term financial planning, and then the City of Toronto will be on a firm footing. And we decided as a council to pursue all of those. We were responsible in that term of office. In this term of office, we have dithered. I do not know whether this administration, if re-elected, would push for really investing in those services that we as council voted for. Because that same administration that said we want new services has said the priority is to keep property taxes low. They've heard from the city manager and from countless other sources that the provincial government is not going to increase revenue for us until we increase our property tax. Because they're sick, and I remember a very clear exchange between the city manager and Councillor Shiner on this, they're sick of giving us money by uploading services and watching us take that money and use it just to keep property taxes low. We've tried to eat the cake, have the cake, and give the slice to a friend. As a voter, I wouldn't have any idea what I was voting for. And that's why we need to take this to City Council, so that every single one of us who are going to be seeking re-election can put on record which one of the 3 cities described in this report we want to advocate for in the next term. That's why this executive committee, if they're responsible to the people who elected them and they're hoping to have re-elect them, will vote to send this to council.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Are there any other visiting councillors that wish to speak? Because otherwise we'll move to the members of the committee, and if I may, I will speak first. And I'll speak first and move the staff recommendation that the executive committee request the city manager to report back on individual strategies and key actions contained within the long-term financial plan through executive committee as appropriate following the start of the 2018 to 2022 term of council. And can I begin remarks in support of that motion by thanking the staff for their work, and by thanking the members of council for a discussion that so far I think has been very good. I want to sort of reiterate something that's been said by the city manager, and I suppose as importantly as his having said it today, and he said it before, it's also been said by our rating agency, because the report can create an impression, and even some of the discussion here today, that somehow this is a city that's in a financial crisis, and it's not. And to use the words of the city manager earlier, and it tracks the words of the rating agency, the city is, he said, Mr. Wallace did, well managed and stable. And that is confirmed by our rating agencies. Now, that is not to say that in terms of some of our ambitions, including projects that are presently on the books with respect to public transit in particular and housing, that there isn't more work to be done, including at our end. And I say at our end because, you know, one of the things that to me will benefit us in terms of having this further work done by the staff, which I'll get to because I asked some questions of Mr. Wallace on that, is that I think the partnerships, which I will say, and I don't mean this to be in a self-centered way, I will say that I have worked so hard on developing and making come to fruition the partnerships that just, for example, last week resulted in the confirmation of $9 billion coming from those other governments with respect to transit projects in the city. And that was $9 billion that did not exist in terms of commitments made to this city prior to the beginning of this administration that has been subject to so much indirect criticism today. Didn't exist. $9 billion. The $5 billion had been announced by the federal government. The $4 billion or some odd was announced by the province last week to match that to the extent of 33%. And that work is unfinished. I'm optimistic, to be quite frank, that in the budget that will come before the end of this month from the Government of Ontario, there will be further progress that we made with respect to things that will help us on an operational basis going forward, and will perhaps help us in the capital area as well. But I'm certainly optimistic there are going to be some things in there that will help us with all of this. But that really isn't the point. I mean, that is something to look forward to, I hope, and I think it's something to celebrate to a point that we have made the progress we've made, and that's just dealing with transit, the $9 billion, not to mention the money that hasn't yet started to flow but has been committed to by the federal government with respect to housing. But what we have here today is something that is a framework. It really doesn't have recommendations in it, and as much as it might have given some people pleasure to conjure up notions, for example, of some recommendation being in here, which it isn't, that we should privatize hydro, which I'm not interested in doing, it doesn't really have recommendations. What is not before us, and this is where some of the words of my friends from the council, our colleagues, I think it was Councillor Davis who said, well, why isn't there before us a real set of strategies? Why our specific recommendations or options aren't laid out for us? Well, the fact is they're not. Because this is a report that is, I think, intended to be a framework as opposed to a prescriptive set of measures that are meant to be taken forward for approval or not by the council. And that is why Mr. Wallace said, and I just wrote down a few of the different expressions he used. He said, there is necessary work for us to do to provide for decision making. He described critical next steps. He talked about the staff's job and obligation to do this additional work. And he said that there was that just recently, and maybe one of the answers to the last questions he was asked, that there is a broader debate is not necessary. Well, he didn't, to be fair, didn't take offense at either taking it to council or not taking it to council. He said either were acceptable to him. He went on to say that a broader debate was not necessary in order for the staff to get on doing the work it must do, the staff. And so, to me, what we're doing here is, I think, something that is going to be constructive and appropriate, in that the staff are going to do what they themselves have said they need to do, which is this work on providing for proper decision-making, addressing these critical next steps with their further consideration, and doing the additional work that it is their obligation to do in order to allow for a real, substantive, broader debate to take place at the City Council when the new City Council is there. And you know, this is taking into account the fact that based on even just the people who've said they're planning or trying to go somewhere else, there's going to be a very substantial turnover. And the last thing I think we need to do is actually to approve some sort of a plan that isn't really a plan at the moment, and then have council turn around and change it or reverse it, which of course council is, I've not been here long, but council's so well known for doing that on transit and finance and a host of other areas. You get a new group of people in and they say, oh, we don't like that plan, that was from those other people, we're going to have our own plan. So I look forward to the work that the staff will now do, and I think it is entirely proper, and I think that this framework is a very good start, and I commend them for the work that they've done, and we'll move forward from there. So thank you for your indulgence, and now I had Councillor DiGiorgio as the first person on the list. I'm sure to be followed by others.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I will be supporting your motion, and I want to thank staff for the report that they've brought forward that I think represents a good framework for moving forward. I also want to commend you, Mr. Mayor, for the input and the appeals you've had to upper levels of government that have in fact generated the monies that were announced last week. You know, one of the primary objectives in the City Council direction that is being promoted is maintain affordability. And one of the deputants said, maintaining affordability is rather a nebulous term in the context of all the increasing costs that people have been experiencing by the taxpayer. User fees going up, hydro rates going up, property taxes going up, notwithstanding at the level of inflation. But there are all sorts of increasing costs. And then we have to think about vulnerable seniors. We have to think about the taxpayer who ultimately pays the bills. And so maintaining affordability really is, how do we remain responsive to the people that pay the bills? And the way to remain responsive is to understand that, yes, there are a setting of priorities that need to be done by council. But to the end of the day, the priorities have to be set by the people who pay the bills. The priorities have to be set by those people accepting from council that aspirations and service levels are perhaps to be dampened a little bit. We don't have magical solutions. It's that simple. There are constraints that we have to deal with as a council, and we have a range of revenue tools, and we will massage those revenue tools. We may increase user fees at a higher rate than we might increase property taxes. Remember that we've got waste management to think about, and we've got different user fees for waste management. We've got water rates that have been escalating at an exorbitant rate. They're now being cut back a little bit, but all to make sure that we deal with all the problems that a big city like the City of Toronto is faced with, especially in the context of replacement of infrastructure. Not only building new infrastructure, but having to replace old infrastructure. So we have a whole bunch of demands, and the costs continue to escalate. And if we increase the envelope of services that we are going to provide our citizens, which is ultimately what we want to do, the costs actually don't increase on at a linear rate, but rather almost on a, I won't say a hyperbolic rate, but rather on a parabolic rate. It kind of goes up like this. But all that being said, you know, we have to just pull the reins in and move at a rate that is commensurate with our ability to finance. And that's really what this city manager is saying. There are huge costs around the corner. You're going to have to make decisions as to whether you can rein those costs in a little bit, or whether you will look for revenue tools and start to increase property taxes at a rate that is not sustainable, because people out there cannot absorb increase in costs in the neighborhood of 5% per year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too want to thank the city manager and all of his team in pulling this together. It's been an incredible amount of work, and I appreciate the work that they put into this. But as he said, this is nothing new. We have had this discussion in the past, and we're going to continue to have this discussion in the future. What is important, and I'm just going to reiterate what the mayor said, because I'd written it down too, that we have to get this message out, or we have to speak out. We are not, as the City of Toronto, in a dire situation. We are in pretty good financial shape, and we are very well managed, and we are very stable. That is very clear where we are now. Now, what the city manager said is we can't continue down the same kind of path that we have in the past, in the future. And I'll just use the one example of our reliance on the MLTT. We have been, I wouldn't say lucky, but we've had a very vibrant MLTT and a vibrant real estate or in the city. And that may not continue in the future. So we can't continue making those same kind of decisions, but we need to figure out as we move forward, how do we make the right kind of fiscal framework? And I think this is what this report does. And it's going to broaden our fiscal discussion into the future. And I actually think the timing is actually very good to have a report like this, that we're going to move this on to staff. They're going to be looking at this over the next 3 to 4 to 5 months, and they'll be coming back at the beginning of a new council to have that discussion on a bigger framework, on a strategic direction and strategic plans, fit in with a number of different priorities that we will be setting. And in fact, whether this comes to council next week or not, I'm going to be going out having the same discussion with all of my residents on the priorities that they want. I don't need a council resolution. I don't need this to go to council to have the discussion. It's going to be happening anyway. So I'm glad, and the city manager has said pretty much the same. We don't need, he does not need any more information to be able to bring back the framework. We will be having, it'll be a new mayor, probably, and hopefully the mayor we have here, and 44 councillors. What I want to make sure we happen is that we come out of the gate at the beginning of the new council session with that discussion, and the city manager has pretty much said that we'll be seeing that at the beginning of the new term, because we did have that opportunity at the beginning of this term. But when we look at a change, bringing a new mayor on, there were challenges in trying to get everything together. There was a learning curve. But hopefully when we come back, and I think, and again with the city manager or the new city manager, we'll be able to do that. And I think that is the key, and that's the most important part. And when I'm looking at the discussion that will be taking place with my residents, my focus is going to be the same as it has been in the last 4 years. It's looking at how do we maintain affordability? How do we keep costs in check, but at the same time, how do we make the important investments? That's the conversation I'm going to be having with them. And in that, there's a complexity of how do you afford this? And are there going to be more services? What we're going to have to do? That's the discussion that I think in the new term, we will see a report from the city manager that will bring us to a point where we can begin that 4-year term. And I think that's what I'm actually looking forward to. So I honestly, and again, when we're looking at the principles, he outlined the 5 guiding principles. They're there. They're good principles. I don't think we have to debate those principles, because those, in fact, will get us to the point to make the right decisions. But we are in a good position now, I think, to be able to make the decisions in the new term. And again, I want to thank council, or thank the city manager for his work. And we just need to get out there now and make sure that the next 4 years after this council, we make the right decisions at the beginning of the process and we move on. Because at the end of the day, we have to ensure our fiscal stability, and I think we can do that with what we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. And I don't have any problems with the recommendations in this report. City staff, you heard them umpteen times tell us that they would work hard on reporting back on the individual strategies and key actions in the long-term financial plan. And there will be a new council, as we know, with actually 47 councillors. Councillor Crawford, a new council, 3 new wards, fresh faces, fresh ideas, fresh energy. And I feel that that is the forum with that new makeup of council for this to be discussed. Not now, when we're already in election mode, when there's already electioneering taking place. Not now, when city staff have assured us they're going to do the work on the report to come back. So it's the next term of council, the next makeup of council, hopefully a lot of new fresh faces, term limits, hello, and they'll make the decisions. So with that, I'm supporting staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Others to speak? Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the following recommendation. If the clerk can just, that the city manager include as part of the report back on individual strategies and key actions, future savings and efficiencies to improve value for money that result from transformation in the procurement process as it relates to desired performance specifications. And this recommendation is literally, I did ask the city manager a few questions as it relates to that, as it relates to the transfer procurement, and that was part of his presentation as well. So I'd like to thank city staff and mainly the city manager for coming up with this report, and that brings some light in terms of what we have to deal in the long term.
This is because
now, the outgoing city manager, Mr. Wallace, he clearly indicated, and he has repeatedly lectured City Council on responsible long-term fiscal planning, and he often told us that Toronto aspirations could be truncated or would be out of touch if with all the unfunded capital projects that we have. So therefore, that we have to pay close attention in terms of the revenue tools that are needed. Now, as it relates to some of the debate that we've been listening already in terms of sending this to City Council or not, Mr. Mayor and members of Council, I honestly believe that that if the intention is to level off with Torontonians on the future of the city, we all know this is an election year. It is important to consult with the silent majority out there on potential financial tools, and that will address all these revenue shortcomings. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to come to City Council. We all will have an opportunity while we're knocking on doors to talk about what's important to our communities and what kind of revenue tools as we move forward should be implemented. I, for one, I have heard over and over again that taxpayers are sick and tired of being taxed to death on some fronts only. I did ask one of the questions, how about getting some permission from within the City of Toronto Act to maybe to have something that's fair, transparent, and applies to everyone throughout the board. And I'm talking in regards to municipal sales tax. That's something that we can look at it as well. So those are the opportunities that we have while we are knocking on doors, while we are campaigning out there, talking to people in terms of what's important to the city, to our neighborhoods, how to bring forward. I am concerned with the municipal land transfer tax, and that's been one of the fastest growing and revenues for the city. But what happens if the market slows down? What do we do in terms of covering and all the financial implications, not only to the operating budget, but the capital as well? I am concerned with the financial gap as we move forward. For next year, we were told that, yes, we have $305 million gap, and probably within the next 10 years, that it will increase to over $1 billion. Those are concerns that we have to be mindful as well. So overall, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee, I think that there is a lot of work to be done out there, but I will follow on this one of the recommendations of the city manager when he was asked, can we do it through this committee by referring back to city staff, or do we have to go back to City Council and to have, in my opinion, another empty debate with recommendations probably that will go nowhere? I'm more inclined to get things done And I do trust staff on this, and therefore I'm going to support the recommendations just to ask city staff to look into it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Shiner.
Thank you, Mayor Tory, and thank you for the staff for the report. And I know my colleagues in the back row over there would love this to have a recommendation to go to council, which I was considering moving, but I've counted the votes already around the table, and I doubt that it will be going there. But I'm sympathetic to it because I sat in the back row during the Miller years when executive committee did the same thing to those of us that felt differently and didn't send items on to council. We'd like to and make us felt like we were sitting behind the red chairs and could never ever see anything. So I'm sympathetic, and that would have been my reason to move it there. However, I don't agree from the comments I've had that you really can look at property taxes as the area where you're going to find the solution to be able to afford the issues that you want to hear, because I asked the question when we dealt with the budget. 85% of all the homes in the city are valued at less than $1 million. And when you look at the cost now and why people are buying homes and the debt levels and the impact of a 0.5% or a 1% increase in the mortgage rates, which are small on the mortgages they may have, it's making affordability even more difficult. So if you want to maintain affordability in housing, you can't keep increasing property taxes above the rate of inflation, because you'll be taxing people out of their homes. And many people do have fixed incomes. I do think that there are things that we can change, and when we look at priorities for staff, we have to be very clear into what we want and give some more direction. But I also didn't see a lot within that report that talked about how we could do things better. And I really am tired of hearing from the fact, well, you know it costs more because you're government. And that philosophy has to leave us. I have that recently in a community center that we approved in 2009, subject to getting some of the funding from Section 37. 2014, we had the funding in place, so we brought the architect on. 2016, we had to increase the budget in February because we weren't meeting the numbers. Early in 17, we had to increase the budget for the architect because the project was costing more. And I kept saying, get this project done, get it out the door. There were simple things to resolve on it. Well, it's still not approved, and it's coming back for another increase in the budget. Nothing has been added by the community or anyone else. It's simply the fact that it's taken 4 years from the time you took a concept of what it should be to the time you actually have your bids in, and we know how the impact of costs have really escalated in construction. So I said, you're going to be up 5% a year. And sure enough, that's the impact that we have because we haven't done a great job in managing the project and dealing with the little issues that are out there, such as how the garbage picked up, the way the canopy is in the door, the urban design issues, and it's gone in circles. We can do better in that and many other areas to try to find efficiencies so we can do more. Those are the things we want to do with the revenue that we have. The other area that I find is really being missed, and there's some impact in there, is the other levels of government. And I commend the mayor and his constant efforts to get more money from the other levels of government for transportation issues, and it's great. But do you know that $1.25 billion is collected annually from the other levels of government just on the new development in the city? $1.25 billion. But who has to deal with the impact of the need for services and roads and transportation and sewers and all the services we provide, our community centers with the new development? It's not the other levels of government. All the impact we've had, the intensification of the city, that's money's flowing out every year. 10 years, $12.25 billion has been flowing out of the city that should be in the city and invested there. So we have to concentrate on what we can do better, and we have to concentrate on what the other levels of government should be providing for us to support the initiatives that we have within the city. And I understand that the debate would be great to have at council, but I think that some of my colleagues are right. We can't give all that direction yet. We'll have a new city manager. We'll have a new council in January. We'll have new people here that should give that direction. It's a priority. We'll have a great basis for that work to go forward based on the report that is here. We have the leadership of the mayor who wants that information to come forward, to bring it to council and have that debate. And I think that'll be a fulsome debate that we'll have there. And as I say, I just caution you, don't think that you can keep raising property taxes, as those might say in the media or others, because people that own these homes can't afford it. And if you're raising property taxes, then you are taking away the ability for people to afford a home if you're going more than the cost of inflation, because they won't be able to do that either. It's a very difficult balancing act.
Thank you, Councillor Shiner. Do I have others to speak? Deputy Mayor Renan Wong and Deputy Mayor Bailão.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first thing I'd like to is recognize Peter Wallace. I think this is his last executive meeting. And to Peter, I'll say thanks a lot. On a more serious note, I think that there are clearly two views. One is, and I can tell you that for some reason I've been meeting with a lot of people in the last couple of weeks, knocking on their doors, and there are two very clear views from the people that I speak with and the people in this room. The majority of the people that the deputies that I've heard is we have a revenue problem. But most people I talk to, they say that we have a spending problem. That's what they say. You might disagree with it, but that is what they say. That is what they believe, and that is something that we all have to deal with. Now, even to the extent, and the second point I want to bring up is, you know, there were comments that were made that this should go to the council floor, and that this would not allow us to come up with a position for those individuals who might form the new council. And my message to them is this: tell the people that you're going to get your support from what your position is. So if you think that we should be raising taxes, put it on your signs. I, such and such, believe I'm in favor of raising taxes. Put it on the front page of your brochures. I think we should be paying a lot more taxes. Do that.
I've done it.
Now, there are some councillors that actually do that, and congratulations to them. But I think all those other people should be going and say, if they want to mandate that they want to go above the rate of inflation, go ask for it. My guess is most members of council, or candidates, they won't do that. For me, and on my history on council, I've always told them where I am. I put it on my lawn signs, keeping taxes down, because I don't believe in high taxes. They know where I stand, and if they disagree with that, they can vote against me. They can vote for somebody else. If you believe in higher taxes, and we always use this term revenue tools, right? We're even afraid, the public service, I think at some level, they don't want to put that sort of dirty word into the reports. Instead of revenue tools, they should put taxes, because that's what they are. And so we should be having that debate. We should be having that debate. I 100% agree with it. As we move toward the next municipal election, there should be no more important issue. Are you in favor of tax increases above the rate of inflation or even higher than that? Let's have that discussion so all the candidates can get a mandate from the people on what they support. And I can tell you, in my last few days, I maybe knocked on maybe 200, 250 doors. One person was in favor of higher taxes, just one. So, you might want to feel in this room that people are in favor of more higher revenue tools, right? They're not. They're not. They want us to keep taxes down, and we shouldn't ever forget it.
Thank you. I was going to tell you I only had till 3 minutes because I didn't start the clock till 2 minutes in, but you kept well within your time. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor Bailão.
Thank you. I want to touch on two issues. I think there's an issue that we've been talking about taking this item to council or not, and some people saying, oh, I'm just not going to do it because there's not enough votes. I actually put some thought into it, and I believe it. And I'll share with you, which I don't think there's a need to be put out there. And it's just a joke. Don't take it. And the other one is actually the report itself. When I was reading the report, I have to be honest with you, I was a little bit surprised at the beginning. I was thinking that we were going to get a report with more of the strategic things in it, with recommendations. That's what I was expecting. And so when I read it, I had to take a little bit of a step back and think, oh, I wasn't quite expecting this. But after reading the report, putting some thought into it, I actually got excited over it because I think staff has been telling us what we need to do and avoid what exactly my former colleague said, and it is basically bring this down to the, do you want a tax increase or not, do you not want a tax increase? It's not simple as argument as that. Because you might ask exactly the same person that told you that they don't want a tax increase, but they might want to make sure that that street gets paved next year because it's so full of potholes. And when you put that, do you want your street paved? Maybe the question is completely different. And I think that what we're having in here is a request to have that strategic conversation first, and then tell us how you're going to pay for it. And this report basically has three proposals. The three, you could have no improvements, you could have a status quo, or you can have improvements with $1.4 billion. And I can guarantee if we were to take this to council, almost all council will say, we want a city building, because it actually doesn't tell you how we pay for it. And that's why I said, how is this different from any of the plans that we took to council? Any of the senior strategies, the park strategies, all of those strategies that have been taken to council without a way to pay for it, and everybody votes for it, but then when we talk about the revenue tools, everybody says, no tax, no tax. So how do you do that? What staff is saying is that this council needs to start bringing the two together. We have to explain people why we need those tools, why we need even the efficiencies. Everybody talks about efficiencies as it is a cut. It might not be a cut. It might just be a way to provide better customer service that by the end of the day might create some efficiencies. We need to start with a vision, with a strategy to engage people. And to be honest with you, that will happen hopefully in the election campaign. And as you know what, I'm just following what's going to happen at Queen's Park. They're doing a speech of the throne. They're getting killed because it's all political. It's all political. They're doing this because it's political. So if we were to take this to council and say this is our vision, we would be accused of being all political. If you really wanted to be doing this, you would have done it years ago. You're doing this because it's your election platform. And yet, I don't need to take it to council to have an election platform. I want to do city building. I'm going to be able to say that at the doors. I think there's a track record in there, but I think that we have to set the way to tell really city staff and be ready for when we come back. And I wish we had done it this year. And I think that if there's one thing we learned this year is that when we got slapped down by the province on the revenue tools, we should have had a plan B right away. And right at that time, come up with a plan B. So if there's something I learned from this year is that we have to come strong in the beginning of next term, have plan A, and if plan A includes some of the things that is not within our control, be ready to have plan B to really deliver on the vision that we set up right from the beginning in that council.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Barlow. Are there other members of the committee wishing to speak who have not? Okay, well, and I think we're ready to call the questions on, there's two motions, I think, on the table. One, what happened to Councillor Palacios? Oh, plus the recommendation itself, the best, yes, right. Okay, so we'll call the question first then on Councillor Palacios.
Can I just ask a question about this? Sorry, I didn't at the time, but is this not redundant? Is it not in the report? This? It's in the report?
Is not as defined as I put forward. This will address more the quality of work, quality of materials, extended guarantees, and whatever else. So that addresses mainly saving efficiencies as it relates to value for money. And the recommendation has to do with the performance specifications, which is an add-on to it. And I did check with city staff as well.
Can I just hear from clerks, do you consider this redundant, or? Or through the chair, sorry.
Well, would you like to comment on that? I have a comment as well, but.
Through the chair, I did have a conversation with the interim CFO, and he felt that this recommendation was already included in the staff recommendation, but he was happy to see it move forward here. Didn't have an issue with it.
Okay.
I was kind of the same view.
Yeah,
that,
I'm just not sure why
It
we're,
emphasizes the point that is made, but it emphasizes the point, and so
Yeah.
I wasn't, in that sense,
yeah,
perturbed by it.
yeah, okay.
I was going to let it just have the question called on it. All right, all those in favor of Councillor Palazzo's motion? Opposed, if any? Carried. Then on the main item, the recommendation, the staff recommendation, all those in favor?
We have a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote.
Okay. All those in favor? Councillor Ainsley? Councillor Balau? Councillor Crawford? Councillor DeGiorgio? Councillor McMahon? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong? Mayor Tory? Councillor Palacio? Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Shiner. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right. (32.3) is next, and we had held that for deputations. This is the Financial Management and Control Bylaw Review and Update, and there was one deputant, Derek Moran.
So it says here in Appendix 1-15, auditing, 15.1, the audit function. The city's audit function is comprised of the Auditor General, internal audit, and external audit. Now, does anyone in this chamber know how many internal auditors there are here at the City of Toronto? I believe it's about 6. That is an absolute joke. And quite frankly, an absolute joke that never should have been allowed to happen to begin with. And Councillor Shiner, unlike City Manager Peter Wallace, I do not apologize for my tone. It was the tone I intended to take all along. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because that is from last April, when City Manager Peter Wallace handed it to all of you about what happened regarding the bid rigging paving scandal. The City of Toronto fell asleep at the switch and allowed these pavers to use the people of Toronto, quite frankly, as their own personal ATM. Since then, how many, it would be scary to think that there's still only 6 internal auditors at the City of Toronto. Mayor Tory? Mayor Tory? Is there a chance that there's only still 6 internal auditors at the City of Toronto? Have you guys improved that at all?
Actually, as you noted earlier, this is not question time for me. It's your chance to make a deputation, so I'll allow you to make a rhetorical question and continue, please.
That's my point. That's my point. I mean, the Auditor General even commented that I think she mentioned that she might not even be able to find out how much was taken by these people out of the public funds from the people of the City of Toronto. You just made my point for me. Like, we can't come here and simply ask whether or not there's more than 6 internal auditors at the City of Toronto. Let the record show that there is a question before Executive Committee that I require an answer to. And it would seem to me that by not answering a yes or no, it could be just a simple yes or no answer. It would seem to me that Section 341 of the Criminal Code, quite frankly, is being violated by not answering that simple question. That's information that the people of Toronto deserve to know, whether or not you guys have actually done anything to improve that situation. But I don't want to get, dragged out of here and arrested like Desmond Cole did at the Toronto Police Services Board. So, Section 1.2 covers the governing principles. The 4 governing principles of this bylaw are agility, accountability to City Council and the public for managing the city's financial resources. Now, I'm confused. Is it the city's resources or the public's resources? Because if everyone doesn't know by now, government doesn't give you anything that they didn't take from you first. So take notice, this is from Black's Law Dictionary, 9th edition, the definition for accountability. Responsible, answerable, which obviously I just showed that the City of Toronto isn't answerable to the public. Another principle is, you mentioned, is transparency to City Council and the public on the use of public resources. Take notice the definition in Black's Law 9th for transparency is openness, clarity, lack of guile, I should look that up, and attempts to hide damaging information. The word is used of financial disclosures, organizational policies and practices, lawmaking, and other activities where organizations interact with the public. Take notice the Supreme Court of Canada just last month, actually, in Villard Construction Limited versus Bird Construction Company, 2018, cited someone named Gavin Lightman's article, "The Trustee's Duty to Provide Information to Beneficiaries." I just want to point out that Councillor Crawford might remember me mentioning this at the Budget Committee about a year or so ago. You mentioned yourself, Mayor Tory, in this Toronto Star article, remember Viagra Gate? And I would suggest that termination is an appropriate kind of penalty for that sort of thing, because we cannot, in a circumstance where we are trustees of the public's money. So obviously there's a trust involved and the people are the beneficiary of that trust. And I just want to point out, this was at the last audit committee where Councillor Matlow was actually saying verbally what I was thinking, and I made a meme out of it, that face you make once you've read the Auditor General's mandate onto the public record and realize the Auditor General isn't following their own mandate. And of course, what he was talking about is Brenda Thompson's favorite subject, which is the paying for one subway stop extension to the detriment of taking away 5, which, let me do the math there, 1 minus 5 equals -4 stops that Scarborough are going to have taken away from them. And by looking at your cell phone, Mayor Tory, you've unwittingly given me 20 extra seconds, so thank you for that.
Discussing your rhetorical question, Mr. Moran.
It wasn't a rhetorical question.
Thank you
Objection.
For being here today. Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you very much. Were there any questions of staff on this item? All right, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be referring to the appendix that puts what's new and what's renumbered. In section 1.4, there's a decision about how to treat divisions and Toronto Public Health in a way that's different from other agencies. And I'm wondering why Toronto Public Health will be treated differently from other agencies in the financial control bylaw.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so this is a bylaw that is around how staff are delegated various authorities and accountabilities financially. The staff of public health are in fact staff of the city, even though they report to a board, but officially they are staff of the city. So this applies to their financial planning and management practices specifically, like city staff and city division.
I understand that they're employees, but I'm forgetting which act they're under. There are a set of public health performance targets established by the province of Ontario that every regional health board has to meet. And doesn't that put their work in a different category from in the same way that Toronto Hydro, which also has other statutory obligations? So no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe so, because
Okay.
this is about the use of the city's budget and its authorities.
In here, it codifies accounts, section 3.5.1, codifies an existing council policy about surplus policy. That's never been in the financial control bylaw itself before. And in fact, if I recall, a number of times over the last 2 terms of council, for specific reasons, I think one instance was a surprise download from the province. We've used that surplus policy differently. Why are we taking a council policy which we are able to amend without a bylaw amendment and putting it into the financial control bylaw, meaning we wouldn't be able during a budget to do it because we would have to have a separate bylaw debate?
So again, through you, Mr. Chair, what this bylaw attempts to do is to broaden all of the city's financial planning and management practices. That includes references to our debt management, our investment management, as well as our surplus management. So we have codified that as part of our overall practice and policy as a city. If council chose to to vary from that, then that would be part of the consideration at that point in time. But this,
So maybe I need some clarity from the clerk here. If something exists in a bylaw, the financial control bylaw, and we want to do differently than that during a budget because there's something that comes up, do we have to have a statutory bylaw meeting as well on top of the regular budget meeting?
I can answer that. If you are looking to do something other than what is in a bylaw, you would have to amend that bylaw.
Which would require a statutory hearing.
It wouldn't necessarily require a statutory hearing, no.
Would it in this instance?
No.
Okay, thank you. In section 3.2.2, again, an existing council policy, which is the user fee policy, is imported into the financial control bylaw. Now, I understand that user fees have something to do with money. So does council's childcare policy have something to do with money. So does councilor's anti-poverty strategy have something to do with money. Why is this policy imported into the bylaw and the many other policies, which were frankly discussed in the last report, not imported?
so through you, Mr. Mayor, what this bylaw is intended to do is to cross-reference so that we have in one place. So what it's doing is including the information that a separate section of the municipal code, for example, deals with that issue. So it's not technically codifying the user fee because it's already part and parcel of Chapter 441, for example. What we're trying to do here is essentially ensure it's in one place.
I understand what we're trying to do. Yeah, I get the main thing, but we have other directions from council on large-scale policy, like the user fee policy, and in this instance, I'm thinking about our open door policy, our child care policy. We have a large number of policies. Why is this one and this one alone imported into the financial control bylaw and not other policies which have been adopted, part of council practice for a number of years? Why are they not treated the same way?
So this bylaw, through you, Mr. Mayor, is one in which deals with financial planning and management. The user fee bylaw is around how we manage our user fees and the considerations we place in it. So we believe it's part of the overall 3.2 section, which is the revenue management section, in which we, as a city, think about how we deal with our fees and charges, and which is also something that in legislation requires us to have a policy in place around that,
Okay.
that includes
I understand.
Chapter 441.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks,
In
Councillor
section,
Brooks. I have,
oh, is that all I had time? I have 4 more.
4 more questions. No, but not 4 more minutes. That's the problem. The questions and the minutes don't match up. Well, we can certainly take that under advisement. Councillor Wong Tam was next, and then Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to have a better understanding of the timeline for the policy. So it comes into effect in July, and do we and the consultation that led to these suggested changes was largely done through discussions with subject matter experts as well as a senior steering committee of staff. Can you provide us the names of these subject matter experts, like how many people were part of this review?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the reference that's in the report speaks to the work that was done as city staff. So it was a consultation across city divisions, and the subject matter experts would have been from the resident areas that these provisions speak to. So whether they were staff in the budgeting area, in the area of donations, we had clerk staff. So these were city staff that were the experts as opposed to outside experts. We did, in fact, do jurisdictional reviews around what other cities do to understand the go-forward approach here. We have a financial control bylaw today, but it was very narrow, built at a time where we didn't understand the city, and now this is bringing it up to date.
Thank you. That is somewhat helpful, but I think the way it's written in the report, it actually it seemed to point to third-party subject matter experts, but just to verify, there were no third-party reviewers. It was all a conversation internally with divisional senior staff as well as staff perhaps just below management. Is that correct?
So, yes, it was all internal staff, no third-party experts.
Okay, so that's, thank you. That is actually really helpful. And so with respect to the the review process, so every 5 years, it's suggested that you take a look at this particular control bylaw, the financial control bylaw, and what's brought before us now is a new set of recommendation. Is it the intention of staff, or is it legislative that you have to go through another mandatory review in 5 years? Is that how this works?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So we're to be looking at this every 5 years. We have done slight amendments, but this is a full comprehensive review in a very long time.
Okay, and so with respect to the discretionary powers that will be sort of delegated to staff, it looks to me that the divisional heads will have the power to expand the budget if need be by up to $500,000. And that's every divisional head. Is that how I'm reading? Am I reading this correctly, this document?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that was the existing delegated authority. It's up to $500,000. Right now, City Council delegates to the City Manager no more than $500,000, and then the City Manager delegates to division heads, depending on the size of their budget, to actually make a commitment for additional expenditure. And so there's no change there.
And so the new recommendations, is it divisional heads that have the discretionary powers to spend up to $500,000? It doesn't need to go to the City Manager anymore, because that's the way I'm reading it. Is that correct, or am I reading it wrong?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there are two different sections. One is around the ability to commit funds, which is up to $500,000 for the division head. That is just being clarified. What is changed is previously, in terms of doing some budget adjustments, that was being delegated only to the CFO up to a certain amount and to the City Manager. We're now concentrating that all to the CFO. That'll create a bit of streamlining so that it doesn't have to go through 2 steps, and providing a bit more agility on the capital side. That was never there because it was at $250,000 and we're making it all $500,000.
And is there a rationale for increasing that discretionary spending by $500,000 across the board? Like, there are some divisions that are obviously much larger. I can see transportation eating up, quite a bit of money, and then there might be some smaller divisions that $500,000 would be a significant adjustment. Is there a reason why it's so uniform right across all the divisions?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's actually not uniform. It's up to $500,000. So in some cases, like myself, as a division head, my delegated authority is $100,000 based on the size of my budget. Someone like Lou DiGeronimo, Toronto Water, would have $500,000, which is the cap that the City Manager actually has.
Okay, so there is still some some divisional discretion.
Yes.
Okay, and so can you explain to me the surplus management, investment management, debt management portion? All of that is new, and all of that is identified by staff as necessary changes to the financial control bylaw, but it doesn't explain to me why. Like, that, I don't see a clear justification for it. So it's on page 4 of page 25.
So through you, Mr. Chair, once again, what this new bylaw is intended to do is to put in one place all of the city's financial planning and management practices. In some cases, it's prescriptive in this bylaw as to, what the parameters are. In other cases where there's an existing provision in another bylaw, it's just cross-referencing it so that we actually have it in one place. So what's new is the reference in this bylaw that was no longer there, but it's not a new provision. It's just really trying to have one place that people can go to understand it.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Microphone. Maybe, actually, Frank, if you could just move one way or the other, it would be great. Thank you. What I find surprising about this, and I think you've just said it, Ms. Levita, that you have embedded in the financial control bylaw the budget process. And we just had a very long discussion about the flaws or challenges with the current budget process. And we're about to launch into some new supposed planning process that would better link service planning and budgets. Why would we embed in the financial control bylaw the existing processes when we're about to change them, presumably.
So through you, Mr. Chair, what we did was highlight kind of the core elements of a budget process because there was no discussion or reference at all. The three elements include budget directions and targets, submission requirements, and the fact that we have 2 stages.
Right.
I believe, sorry, excuse me, but there's a phase 2 coming in which we say that anything coming out of the LTFP will then look at how we augment what's there.
What was just laid out in the last report was that there are 2 approaches. You can set a target first and then you build towards a target, or you establish the services you need and you end up with your financial or tax rate in the end. So these are 2 very distinct approaches that so you have already embedded that we will have targets that will be delivered at the outset before any direction is provided from council at the beginning.
So through you, Mr. Chair, in an election year, in any circumstance there will always be a need for staff to identify based on a planning, for planning purposes, a budget preparation process in advance of an election. These targets, or what's been written here, doesn't presuppose that they're multi-year in nature, but you would annually have to establish that. So don't believe that this restricts us as we move to a multi-year approach. It just says that we have a practice that council establishes those targets annually.
We've been working towards trying to establish a process where we establish service levels that define what we do. And I'm struggling when this process recommends exactly the opposite process. Why would we embed it in our financial control bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe that they're mutually exclusive. I believe that you would still require, even if you're establishing priorities up front and with multi-year plans, you will still need to do it within a fiscal context, and there would still most likely be the need for targets.
Would you not agree, though, Ms. Levita, that what's in here reflects our current budget process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was the purpose of this report, was to reflect and bring us up to current status.
Why would we not, if we're willing to wait and push into the next term, the way the budget process is going to work, why would you not push this into the next term so that it will match the changes that are intended to come?
There are many elements of our current practices that have not been reflected, and that this report actually, with all honesty, probably should have been here 2 years ago. By the time we actually get to the point of implementing all the final recommendations that we've just discussed in the long-term financial plan, we will need to be able to update that. We need something in the interim to keep us moving, and we do need something to move us from this year to next year.
When was the last time we had the financial control bylaw before us?
We updated a part of this in 2014.
Which part was it?
Schedule A.
Okay. So the last question I have has to do with Chapter 195, which is the procurement bylaw. You have matched all the spending authorities in both bylaws, presumably, have you?
Set the definition of a commitment such that it's clear that commitment is a contract, which is the same as in the purchasing bylaw.
So
this will be your last question, Councillor.
We've had a surplus policy. So by putting it into the bylaw, how is that any different than the current practice? Just having a policy. You always tell us that it's locked in. How is it different by putting it in the bylaw?
For you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe it's any different. It's just really putting everything in one place. One of the goals of this particular document is to ensure that there is a level set in the organization, that everyone understands all the elements in one place, and that's really what we were trying to do here.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Other questions of staff? All right, those wishing to speak. Anybody from, okay, Councillor Davis and Councillor.
One question.
Oh.
Can I get one more question?
All right.
You're very-
Because you came here today, then you'll get your one question.
Can that apply when we're at City Toronto Hall as well? Okay. Ms. Levita, I just want to clarify on the business Councillor Davis was asking on 5.2, budget target. That's the section, the new section where we have the budget target established by council. The word budget target does not imply specifically a tax rate or a specific service level, but rather says council must give some general direction prior to the budget being done. Am I understanding that correctly?
That would be correct.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Okay, then wishing to speak, I had Councillor Davis.
Well, I implied or suggested in my questions what I want to say, which is I don't think we should be embedding a budget process that has been critiqued quite thoroughly in the previous report. And that is exactly what we're doing with this report. So those sections should, I don't think, those sections should be deferred if we are looking at a whole different budget process. Because, and much of this is very unclear. I don't believe there are definitions here that describe exactly what these things, and I'm glad Councillor Perks put on the record just now that a target is not a number. And so it could be, it could take a very different form, but these are the kinds of things that ought to have we ought to, I think, have had some advanced discussion about. Anyway, I just don't think that this is timely to put this before us now with these changes when we just had that long discussion about changes that are necessary to the budget process. We've been waiting for the financial control bylaw for many, many years. I was expecting that we were going to see some changes to the spending limits because I believe that we've delegated too much authority to both our committees and to our staff. I know that the staff delegated authority is here, but when I saw last week at the Budget Committee, at the Works Committee, that they were able to approve the biggest capital project in our history in Toronto Water without any debate going to council about that project, I wanted to see some changes that limit the authorities for various committees and for senior staff. We did not give $20 million of approval in the first financial control bylaw, and I think it really needs to be revisited. And I don't see any kind of discussion of that. And so if that's in the purchasing bylaw, then that should be before us because they're absolutely intertwined. And we haven't had an opportunity to consider that at the same time. So I think you should defer it and put them both together. And if everything's all about the new term, push it into the new term, because we haven't had a financial control bylaw through this entire term, nor the last term. And we managed to function. So put them together, bring forward the procurement bylaw and the spending limits that we should have a real discussion about. Who has delegated authority to spend up to $20 million? And what authority committees have without going to council? Anyway, those are my comments, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Were there additional speakers from, okay, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much. I think what is unsettling for myself regarding the report is a very simple line about how these proposed changes were assessed in consultation with subject matter experts and then brought forward to a steering committee of senior staff representatives from across the city. And I recognize that sometimes when you have a lot of editors that read a lot of reports, sometimes things can come out and be deleted, and perhaps there may be insertions and sometimes things slip through. But the way that portion reads is fairly clear that there were some third-party reviewers, perhaps, that needed to just put their eyes over this. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with actually having some subject matter experts review the documentation, but it changes the actual outcome when it didn't happen. So I think that's, for me, what struck me as, you know, who else was involved with this review. And there are times where words are perhaps inserted and the intention was there, but it just didn't happen. So that for me is a little bit of a flag. But I think what is even more puzzling, and perhaps it's my own fault because we don't deal with this bylaw very often, but I do think that since it's before us and there's a lot of delegated discretionary powers that are now being recommended by staff to be given to staff, is that perhaps it's not a bad idea for us to take another look at it in terms of the consolidation of where these particular pieces are coming from. It's not clear to me, based on the report, where are all these different consolidated measurements being consolidated from. It's just all coming into one place, and they could very much, it could very much be that document that pulls it all together, so it's all in one place, so we know exactly which bylaw is giving us what controls and how you're supposed to operationalize that mechanism. But it's not, the way I read it, I don't know where it's coming from. And so because it's being identified as new, it all looks like it's something new that's being proposed. So that to me is a little bit confusing, and I would rather it would be clarified. And this is not necessarily a motion, but rather a request of staff. Would you have the ability, and I hope that there can there be a document that pulls together where these recommendations are coming from? So if there are already things that are, as you've identified, that perhaps are sitting in other places, but they're all being consolidated into this one bylaw, it might be very helpful as creating a little map for us by next week where these particular powers and delegated powers are the source of where it's coming from, and that perhaps if it's really truly new, then let's say it's new, and if it's just being reworded and moved to this particular control bylaw, then we know you already had it, but now by way of convenience, it's being consolidated. That for me would be very helpful if it could be produced by next council meeting. And it sounds to me you've already got the work because it's all sitting in the background. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the report. But just in light of clarity, I think it would be helpful for someone like myself. Thank you. And others may find it very helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Anybody else? No, I think we've heard from all of our visiting members. Are there members of the committee wishing to speak to this matter? All right. If not, then we're ready to call the question on this. It's item again 32.3, Financial Management and Control Bylaw Review and Update. The staff recommendation is in front of you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 32.4, EX 32.4, third-party sign tax review and proposed amendments. There are two deputants to be heard. The first is Leroy Casanova, Director of Real Estate Astral Media Outdoor, and the second, if he wants to come down and just stand by in the bench just behind the deputant's seat, is Barry Wild, Pattison Outdoor Advertising. It's just, yeah. Now, who's who?
I'm Leroy Casanova. I represent Astral Media.
Thank you. Mr. Casanova, you're most welcome here, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, members, or good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. Thank you for giving me the time to address you this afternoon. As I said, I represent Astral Media. I am the Director of Real Estate. It is our understanding that the recent sign class TPST proposal is intended to be revenue neutral for the city, which in fact it might be. However, I would like to express to this committee that there are aspects of this new sign tax initiative that are currently not revenue neutral for our organization and others. As the leading market share operator in this jurisdiction of large format digital structures, we feel the proposal shifts an unfair burden of tax to one or two companies, including ours. The staff report effectively asks this committee to pick winners and losers among the main companies in our industry. The city's new TPST proposal, which provides for an 18 to 62% increase on Class 5 and newly created Class 6 structures, will have the effect of adding 12% to our overall tax cost, a cost we find difficult to absorb, especially when you consider the current TPST bylaw warrants only increases equal to the level of inflation. This comes on the heels of a recent audited industry report presented to the city's CFO that the TPST as it stands currently represents 18% of its overall revenue, where 7% is largely what is deemed to be fair taxation. We appreciate the city's attempts to reposition the tax on some lower class structures. However, the current proposal will cause significant hardship to our business, and we do not agree the proposal is appropriate under the circumstances. We are of the opinion that the proposed amendments should have a more narrow focus. Specifically, it should introduce a new sign class for smaller digital structures only. We do not agree with the proposed adjustments to Class 1, 2, and 3 if the end result of those adjustments is an unbalanced playing field. Large format digital proposed Class 6 signs comprise less than 2% of the overall sign inventory in the city. Therefore, any plan to leverage such small numbers against the over 1,700 remaining structures is bound to have a detrimental effect on the companies that specialize in this area. Digital signs are unlike regular billboards. Due to their flexibility, they provide substantially more opportunities for community messages and, including some cases, Amber Alerts. Excessive taxation of this product at the proposed level could potentially reduce the future development of the digital market, thereby reducing significant revenue opportunities for both private landlords and the city. In light of these concerns, we respectfully request a change in the methodology behind the reassessing of this tax so it does not have the effect of severely hampering one organization over the other. The report lacks a rationale for the tax rates on a class-by-class basis and does not fully address policy implications. For this reason, we are asking that the committee defer this item and request staff for further consultation and steps to be taken to ensure an even distribution of the increased TPST burden among all sign classes. This tax is set to be enacted in 2019, so there is no rush. Let's please take our time to get it right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Are there questions of the deputant? Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just finding it hard to believe after reading through here that this is a hardship for your organization, a multinational organization. Can you provide more details on how this could put you into a vulnerable financial or fiscal situation?
Well, when we constructed these signs, we were aware there was a tax levy on the horizon in the area of $25,000 a year. And it's been increasing steadily at inflation, which is about 1.6%. Now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the city wishes to increase, like I said, that amount by 18 to 62%. We did not budget for that when we, made plans to build these structures. We did not budget for that sort of increase to be dropped on us out of nowhere.
Do you see page 11 of the report where staff have written since the adoption of the TPST in 2010, the annual rates in each sign class have increased by 9.1% to keep pace with inflation. By comparison, the consumer price index has increased by approximately 15.3% over the same time period. What are your thoughts of that comment?
Excuse me. I don't want to go back and rehash history or beat a dead horse, but the way the tax was enacted in the first place was completely off base. The numbers that city staff used to come up with the industry's revenue was not accurate. So we have ended up where we are today with a tax that is excessive. As I explained, the industry recently completed an audited report that shows the revenue that we generate. The CPST represents roughly 18% of our revenue. 7% is what is considered fair. 3 to 7%, that is fair taxation. We're up around 18%. So at this point, we realize, you know, the cow has left the barn and we cannot go back in time and get that money back, but we need to be able to manage our costs reasonably moving forward. And we cannot do that if proposed increases of 18 to 62% are being presented to us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, you said the average increase is, did you say 7% or 4%? Which one?
Well, I think fair taxation rules dictate 3 to 7%.
Where'd you get that from?
I think it's part of the Hempson report.
Excuse me?
Hempson report, I believe.
Hempson report, what did it, that reported on what?
On fair taxation.
I see. And
It's an economic study, sorry. I'm not 100% familiar with it, but this is...
I see. And do you have any idea what the policy rationale is for taxing for such massive increases in 5 and 6 versus not, you know, inflationary increases for the rest of them?
I've read
Not
this.
even.
I don't have I've read the staff report. I quite frankly don't agree with it, but there is a rationale there. I think they allude to the fact that they're more distracting, or there's, I don't know, they have attributes that are not.
So you believe the rationale is because they are more distracting, they charge more for that?
It's either that, or they believe they generate an amount of. It's either that, or they believe it generates an amount of revenue that is significant.
I see. And so you have a, so there are, by 2019, let's see, you have 54, and then, is that in first class number 5, and then you're adding, so in class 5, they're adding 5, so that there would be 65?
There's 42 structures, I believe, in Class 5 under the current system.
Yeah.
Under the proposed system, I believe 19 would go to Class 6, 14 would go to Class 5, or remain in Class 5, and there would be another 9 or 10 that would go to Class 4, as they are providing for smaller digital. So those would drop down a class. So there would be a savings to companies that have signs in that class. We do not operate structures in that class. We only operate structures that would be considered Class 5 and 6.
And how many is that?
So in class 6, we would be operating 11 of 19. In Class 5, we would be operating 5 of 14.
I see.
So it's a significant hit for us to take on one shot.
And so you'd rather see that if we need more revenue, that's spread across the board?
I would like to see it spread more evenly across the board. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know how you go about doing that, but I think there should be a way to do it.
So if the rationale is because there's sort of an impact, and you're taking most of the hit, you'd rather see like a more even impact across the board?
Yes, yes.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I inadvertently didn't ask if some of our visiting members of council wanted to ask a question first before I turn to the deputy mayor, and I think we've got both Councillors Davis and Perks who do wish to ask a question, so we'll start with Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I'm over here. You would note, you would agree, I'm sure though, that there have not been any inflationary increases since 2010. And that if we had done even basic inflationary increases, it would be about, you would have experienced a 15% increase.
Okay, but what would the rationale be for increasing anything above inflation?
I'm just saying that you have foregone 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, or we have foregone 8 years of inflationary rate increases. You'd agree it?
I appreciate what you're saying, but
Okay.
I don't agree with it.
And that we may want to catch up.
I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't agree.
Okay. So you've raised the issue of how much money is raised on one of the large, I guess they're Class 6 signs.
Yes, Class 6.
How much do you make annually on a big billboard on the Gardner?
It varies.
Well, that's what many of the public would like to know.
We've submitted 2 reports,
Mhm.
audited reports. They're there for your viewing. You choose not to believe what we present. That's up to you. But we have presented an industry paper which depicts our revenue and what the TPST represents as part of that revenue. So it's out there if you choose to view it.
Well, what kind of return do you think you should get on a sign?
That's not my call.
I guess I'm struggling to understand, though, in the context of what's before us. We had originally talked, I'm surprised you said it was a surprise. The first proposal that came forward was a 25% increase. And so this is significantly less, and I'm quite disappointed, actually, that is a net neutral revenue report before us. So I understand your concern about the relative burden between classes, but surely you would have expected that the city was going to try and increase the overall revenue that it was going to generate.
I guess I cannot be surprised, but that doesn't make it right.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I had Councillor Perks next.
So to be clear, we didn't last year have a category called Class 6. This is a new category?
This will be a new category to be introduced in 2019.
In 2019. And the distinction between the new category is they're much larger than others in the existing Class 5. I think the maximum for Class 5 is 45 square meters, and the maximum of these will be 75 square meters. Is that?
So a Class 5 would be 75 square meters for a ground sign, 45 square meters for a roof sign.
Okay.
And 100, and so anything over 75 would be aggregate, so a double-sided sign would go to Class 6.
Right. So effectively, what we're doing is we're saying that the signs that are much larger, the electronic signs, these are all electronic signs,
digital,
are much larger, digital, will be taxed at a higher rate than the ones that aren't as large as them. Is that effectively what's happening here?
That's what you're, yes, that's what you're saying.
And you object to that?
I object to the level of increase when the Class 5s are.
So there's no increase, there's no such thing as a 6. It's creating 2 new categories.
Correct.
So there will be a new category that will be taxed at a higher rate because it's considerably larger. I've got that correct, right?
It's larger. I'm not going to say it's, some of them are considerably larger in the sign district. However,
the minimum threshold is different, is considerably larger for a Class 6 than the minimum threshold.
I'm not going to say it's considerably larger. I will say it's larger.
Okay, well, we'll each keep our own language there.
Yes.
And it would seem to me that a sign that is much larger is visible to many, many more people and will get better revenue. Is that correct? Otherwise, why would you build an extra big sign?
It depends where it is. It really, it's location.
Relative to a smaller sign in the same location, a larger sign in the same location.
Yes, you could charge more for it, yes.
You would charge more for it?
In the same location, probably.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Now, I think that's the questions from our visiting councillors today. Are there members of the committee wishing to ask questions of this deputant? All right. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your submissions. Next, we had Mr. Barry Wild, Pattison Outdoor Advertising. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Barry Wild, and for the last 12 years, I've held the role of Chief Financial Officer for Pattison Outdoor Advertising. Over the course of the last year, members of our industry have had an open dialogue with city staff regarding the sign bylaw and how the third-party sign tax impacts our industry. This includes providing a PwC audited report of the revenues of the members generate from the billboards in the city, and the corresponding tax rate. And to repeat what Leroy has just told you, that report demonstrated that the tax, in its current format, equated to 18% of the gross advertising revenues generated from billboards in the city. We certainly appreciate the time that city finance staff dedicated to understanding the impact on the industry. I've been asked to speak for Pattison Outdoor, Outfront Media, and Branded Cities, 3 of the 4 largest out-of-home companies in Toronto. And unlike Astro, we are in favor of the proposed changes to the class definitions as proposed, including a significant jump in the taxes that will be paid on our larger digital billboards, although we would like to see that phased in over time. The recommendation was, in total, revenue neutral to the city, and therefore does not place further financial burden on the members. The lowering of tax on smaller billboards should result in 2 benefits. One, it should result in tax gains for the city. The current tax on smaller billboards, digital billboards, is simply too high to support investments of this type, and for that reason, there are very few of them. If passed, we will seek to find suitable opportunities to convert existing signs to digital, resulting in greater tax revenues to the city, and through consolidation of our static billboards, result in fewer of them in the city. Again, my thanks to city staff for their cooperation and true, genuine willingness to understand our industry, and to your attention this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputy? Councillor Davis.
Could you explain again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. You intend to convert many more of your current signs to digital? Could you explain where?
Well, we're allowed. We would want to. And as I've always said, with the opportunity with digital products for us is to have the same number of advertising opportunities with fewer sticks in the ground. So we would certainly look to, we have a number of unprofitable static billboards that we have to maintain in the city just to provide our advertisers in Toronto an advertising opportunity.
But are you proposing to seek permission to convert them into digital in areas where they're not now currently
No,
permitted?
we're not proposing any changes to the bylaw in that respect at all. Just where they're currently permitted, the tax today would cause us not to build a smaller, like a 10 by 20 billboard, because we just would not be able to generate adequate returns. The 10 by 20 digital billboards will now have a new lower tax, and because of that, we would probably look to find opportunities where we could generate a sufficient ROI, and therefore would look to probably remove some of our less profitable or unprofitable billboards elsewhere in the city.
And build, so there's an incentive in here to build larger ones?
No, the incentive is to build smaller. There are very, very few small digital billboards in Toronto because they pay the same tax today as the larger ones do.
So those smaller digital billboards you intend to put where?
Where they are permitted under the current bylaw.
Okay, so in the sign corridor, whatever, that Gardner Gateway that somebody came up with some terminology for that. We expanded it to commercial or
There's some industrial commercial areas,
some
correct.
industrial areas were the only other additional areas that I recall that we have granted permission for. Is that where you're intending to put
I
these
think that's
digital?
probably where they would end up going. A 10 by 20 digital billboard with the current taxes would not make sense on the Gardner Expressway. Advertisers would be competing against all very large format digitals there, and it wouldn't be economically viable to do that. In industrial areas where the traffic would be a little bit lower, and they sell for a lower price, it might make sense under this new tax bylaw to do that, or tax rate to do that.
Now, I'll ask the same question about the, and I know you're taking a different position. You're taking a position in support of what's before us. But didn't you not expect that we would see some net increase overall in the tax revenue that we are seeking as a government coming out of this report, considering the initial report we had before us?
Well, the tax rate, since its inception, has gone up by the same as the mill rate has increased. So our tax rates have gone up each and every year. We have not seen an increase above and beyond the mill rate.
There has not been an increase in inflation in the last 5 years.
No, that's not true. Our tax, the taxes have gone up each and every year. It's part of the third-party sign tax.
Okay, then I'll have to ask some questions of staff. But what my question was, did you not expect that the city would try and generate overall more revenue out of the sign tax to deal with our current fiscal situation?
That would not have surprised me.
And so between the last report and now, what we've done is figure out a way to come up with rebalancing or shifting, but no additional new revenue overall.
Correct.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Anybody else from the visiting ranks of the councillors? Okay. Members of the committee wishing to ask any questions of this deputant? Okay. I'll thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
That would bring us next to questions of staff, and I believe I heard Councillor Davis say that she had a question of staff, and Councillor Perks has one. So please go ahead.
Maybe I'll just ask the inflation question. Your report says there has been an increase, but it hasn't kept up with inflation. Maybe that's more accurate. It should have been 15.3% over this time frame, and it's been 9%. Is that accurate?
Yes, through the chair, the deputant was correct. It has gone up by the tax rate increase, which is lower than inflation.
Right. Our tax rate increase has been lower than inflation? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the tax rate as a whole increase each year. Blended
Including
rate
the mill rate.
for all classes is lower than inflation.
Right. So why wouldn't you have brought forward a report that actually contributed to us dealing with our financial situation that netted out additional revenue for the city?
As the deputant indicated, they have provided information, audited information that shows that this is a burden to them. As a result, we brought forward something that kept the same level of taxes, but actually shows higher taxes on those signs that are proliferating more.
So your decision on what to bring forward was to reduce the burden on the industry as opposed to providing some revenue to the city?
Through the chair, part of setting a tax rate, especially on an industry that is showing that they're taxed at 18%, is to ensure that higher taxes do not result in fewer properties and lower taxes as a whole.
I'm sorry, that doesn't result in fewer properties and lower taxes as a whole.
Through the chair, there is a universe of signs right now,
right,
some of which are clearly unprofitable. Higher taxes would actually reduce the number of signs and result in lower taxes as a whole collected.
Okay. Well, I'd like to actually see that evidence, if I could, between now and council, where that threshold is. But maybe if I can ask the sign unit people, are we going to see a proliferation of digital signs, smaller maybe, but within the industrial areas or other areas that we currently have not seen digital sign, which I don't think anyone disagrees have more impact on drivers, on pedestrians, on residents?
Mr. Mayor, the answer to your question, Councillor, is the sign bylaw was amended a few years ago to expand permissions for electronic signs, for smaller electronic signs throughout the city. There's no proposed expansion of those. The tax is now been shifted or redesigned in such a way that those smaller signs are, from what we're hearing, economical.
So this was my worry at the time, that these walls, we now allow digital wall signs.
Yes, we do. In
more areas in the city. Is that correct? On the commercial arterials?
In commercial areas,
yes,
and employment areas. Yes.
And so are we going to see more digital signs on walls of buildings?
It's very difficult to say, but we have a bylaw that permits them, Mr. Mayor, to have these signs.
And now a structure of taxation that will encourage them.
a different structure of taxation that's more.
That lifts the burden on that type of sign. Is that correct? It reduces the burden for that kind of sign.
Through the chair, yes, it could. There could be an increase in that, but we don't know that at this point.
How many of those signs do we have now?
According to the sign unit, we don't have that many.
And in the commercial areas, the industrial areas, we permitted them. Have we seen any growth in those?
Again, through the chair, very few.
Okay. But there, you recognize that the
There's a
shifting of the burden of this tax may change where signs go now.
Final question.
There's a potential for that through the chair, yes, but we don't know at this point. You know, the industry is saying that that could happen, but it would still all have to be in compliance with the sign bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Did I see any other? Councillor Perks, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure who wants to answer this. In answer to a previous question of Councillor Davis, the answer back was the reason we don't want to increase signs beyond the inflationary amount is we don't want to close the number of signs and therefore reduce the total net revenue from the sign tax. Is that what I've understood correctly?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Here's what I don't understand. You have a table in your report showing the number of signs in 2018 and the number of signs expected in 2019, and you actually have it increasing from 2,144 to 2,244. So the trend in the sign industry is to increase the number of signs. We're not pricing them out, are we?
The table I look at has the same number of signs, just a shift between classes.
No. Oh.
4, 3, 2, and 1, and some items going from 5 to 6 and 4.
Working off. No, the table I'm looking at, which is on page 5, while it does show a decline in category 2, every other category is up. Oh, sorry, category 5. Okay. So you're saying the same number of signs. Now, is that an artifact of the fact that we restrict the locations of signs?
That is just shifting the signs based on the redefinition of the classes.
Right, because we don't allow, we have very strongly defined sign districts, and outside those sign districts, we don't accept new sign applications. That's correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And mostly what we're seeing in terms of sign applications now are people coming in to either convert, say, 3 paper signs to 1 larger digital sign, so it's a move towards probably higher revenue signs is what we're seeing.
What I've seen recently through the chair is that there are sign removals to compensate, I think, for a larger sign elsewhere.
That's right. So it's not so much the case that the current restrictions that we have in place are driving signs out of business. What they're doing actually is moving them towards higher value, better return on investment.
Larger signs, whatever that.
And a representative of the industry answered in response to a question of mine earlier that the larger signs generate higher revenue. So
that was his answer, correct?
Okay. So from what we heard from the industry right here, right now, and answers to you, is that while the number of signs is the same, the revenue, because they're moving to more lucrative sign classes, the revenue is going up.
Who wants to answer that?
Certainly the information we were given at a point in time was that the industry as a whole is paying 18%.
I'm not interested in what they're paying. What I'm interested in is we just heard from you that the number of signs is the same. We've heard that the applications are moving from less profitable to more profitable, or smaller to larger signs, and we heard from the industry that larger signs generate more revenue. So, you know, I hate to say ipso facto, but therefore the amount of revenue generated in the areas where we permit signs is going up. Correct?
Perhaps.
Oh man, you're tough. Okay, thank you.
Did I have other questioners from our, okay, that's fine from back there. Stan, do I have questioners of this deputant from the committee now? Okay, well, seeing none, I will thank you very much, all of you, for your deputations today, and we will move to questions of staff. That was questions of staff. The deputants we've heard from. Now we're moving to speeches, I'm sorry. Speeches from members visiting with us today. And Councillor Davis will be first.
I think Councillor Perks pointed out what I also believe, which is that at the end of the day, the permissions that are available will allow this industry to upgrade their signs to generate more revenue. And I'm shocked that we have a report before us that does not generate additional revenue for the City of Toronto. The intention, as I recall in the last round, was that we were going to generate up to 25% increase in revenue. And I don't understand, unless I have that wrong, and I may, that we were going to generate a significant additional revenue for the City of Toronto. And I certainly have not been provided with any evidence that the industry can't afford it. We can't afford not to have increasing revenue from this sign tax. And I worry now that we're going to see a proliferation of larger digital signs that have greater impact on everyone at ground level, and no compensation for the city for that kind of impact. And so I would like to speak with staff between now and council, if I could, to get further clarification on why it is that we're convinced the industry is going to go broke, or they're going to lose, we're going to lose participants in the sign industry, and we'll see a drop in revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Others, Councillor Perks, do you wish to speak?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's funny, the different items today all kind of tie together. If you track back through the agenda history on this item that's in front of us now, it originates with the city manager's original revenue tool proposal, EX 20.2. And in that, he signed a report saying that we should consider increasing the revenue from the billboard tax by 25%. And here we are today, essentially just coming in at inflation. Now, we've heard that the way our sign tax is sculpted, we are driving the industry to be more efficient, because, you know, the old paper signs that they've had up for 30 years, they're replacing with ones that get better revenue. In other words, more eyeballs. In other words, more human attention. In other words, a larger impact on the public spaces that those signs project into. And it's completely fair, and I accept the point that we should tax the largest of them at a higher rate because their impact is greater. But what's lost is, while all that hand-waving and magic is going on, we've lost the principle that we need more revenue to pay for the services. Councillor Crawford was a big advocate of this third-party sign tax because it was, in part, how we were going to pay for increasing our funding to the arts. So here, once again, the nub of the issue is, Councillor Crawford happily moves increases to funding to arts organizations during every single budget, but when it comes time to get the revenue to pay for those increases, well, we're going to wait and see. I'm hopeful that someone on the executive committee will move to reinstate the original consideration, which was a 25% increase overall in revenue, because if we don't do that, we can't continue to support the very good organizations that Councillor Crawford and others are always willing to put more money into, putting us further and further behind. Once again, We're at a place where we as a council have to decide whether we want to eat the cake or have the cake. And in this instance, I think it's entirely fair that if private companies are going to advertise third-party products into public spaces in order to generate revenue, and we've recognized that they're moving to higher and higher value products which generate more and more revenue, we should be taxing them at a higher rate and getting that 25% increase, which the city manager first proposed that we should consider a couple of years ago. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Are there members of the committee wishing to speak? Councillor DiGiorgio.
Yeah, I just want to make some brief comments, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I will be, I don't have a problem in having some extra consideration given to the way the rates have been redistributed. And I want to highlight, or at least emphasize, that we have an existing stock of signs out there. And what's being proposed in this report is that we recategorize some of the existing signs so that some of them are taxed at a lower rate and some others are taxed at a higher rate. And they've brought forward the principle that a larger sign, if it's an electronic sign, because it has a possibility of generating greater revenue, should be taxed at a higher rate. So to the extent that all we're doing is redistributing the tax amongst the existing stock of signs, it is revenue neutral. On the other hand, what I hear my colleagues saying is, how do we get more revenue out of the existing stock of signs? Well, the answer is you basically incentivize the removal of signs in Category 1 or signs in Category 2 and allow those to move to 3 or 4. That'll generate more revenue.
More signs.
Well, no, not more signs. Well, the other alternative is to allow more signs, of course, but that we've debated that ad nauseum, and people don't want to see more signs. But within the context of the existing set of signs, we can generate more revenue by allowing movement across the categories moving upwards. At least that's my understanding. So there is some flexibility there to generate some additional revenue. We just have to be open-minded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Crawford.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that I'd like to put up, please. That City Council requests the Treasurer to further consult with the impacted sign owners, particularly Class 5 and 6, and to review the distribution and balancing of third-party sign tax rates with other classes and report back to the 2019 budget process. And the 2019 budget process was specifically what I wanted to put in there. This isn't an issue that's imminent with us right now. It is coming back in 2019. And I wanted to just have a bit more discussion or consultation with the industry and to bring it back in the 2000 budget process. So we heard today from the two deputants that some are happy because through the redistribution and reclassification, their charges or taxes were going to be going down on their signs, and some are going up. Now it's how we define what that is and whether or not that's appropriate that I think, is probably the debate that we're having here, and whether it needs to go up a lot more or down. I didn't want to get into that discussion. I just wanted, because this is not something that is coming very quickly, I just wanted to go back and have and I talked to staff with this motion, by the way, they were fine with that, to just go back and have that discussion again. It may come back that we accept or we support the recommendations that are before us, or it may being that there may be, through the budget process, some changes. So I'm not suggesting that there will be changes, but just to have that consultation, because I think I heard just, if anything, through the deputations that maybe we need to look at this and consult a little bit further. So that's what the motion is, and it's pretty clear. And I just wanted to clarify what Councillor Perks mentioned, that the arts funding has never been connected with this particular tax. In fact, I've always advocated to make sure it's never attached to this particular tax, because this tax could go up, it could go down, and if we get rid of signs, which is not likely, but I never wanted to have a tax connected to this. I've always advocated to make sure if arts funding is what we want to do, we connect it to the tax base, not a dedicated tax. So, thank you.
Could I ask a question from the Chair of clarification on your motion? Does it rule out pursuing, as part of that further consultation and further discussion, not that I can't anticipate what the results of the consultation might be, a way of looking at increasing the revenue? I mean, you are the once and still budget chief, and we're always looking for money, as Councillor Perks correctly pointed out.
Listen, I guess because they have to go back, I'm not going to speak for staff, but they are going to go back and consult, and if that's a conversation I want to have with them. Personally, I don't think that this is a direction to increase. I think they're continuing with the direction they have. I don't think so, but, you know, if there's other direction from council to look at, you know, you mentioned the 25% or more. I wouldn't support it myself, but, you know, if that's a direction from council, I'm sure they would. But I don't really, I think this is more just with the redistribution of what their recommendations are for us.
And just a further question again, clarification, the timing of this, you said it would be, the results of this additional consultation would come back to the budget committee?
As part of the
process?
2019 budget process. So we do support the recommendations, or if we move forward with this, but it would come back, I mean, there may be a consultation to redistribute the numbers as opposed to increasing, because I think it's revenue neutral. So I'm looking at, if anything, maybe there may be some redistribution of the classification. So, but it's coming back to the budget process anyway. It's actually part of that anyway, so I'm just being a little clear to go back and consult just a bit more.
Okay, thank you.
I know I don't have a right on a point of order, but this was never intended to go to council? How can a policy decision like this be made without it going to council? It's a point of order. This is a policy change. It doesn't go to council.
It's a revenue neutral affair, revenue neutral.
Well, I think it would have if we just approved it, but I guess now it's being, there's a motion on the floor. It hasn't been passed yet to send it back to staff for further consultation, am I correct? And then it comes back to council through the budget process. That's what's proposed.
Yes.
Am I right?
I think so, yeah.
So I think in that sense, if this had just been approved, as it sits here,
I'm questioning whether that's in order, the original one. I understand Councillor, oh my goodness, Crawford, sorry, Gary, is moving something different, but I don't know how this was in order.
But the whole item, you mean?
Yeah.
But the recommendation in the item says specifically that the city council approves. So it goes through here, if it was approved here, it says city council approves, so it goes from here to council if approved. My understanding is Councillor Crawford was simply moving a different way of.
Okay, that's
sending.
fine. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so we will have a choice to make, I guess, as to whether Councillor Crawford's motion will be voted on first, and if it's not approved, then it would go back to this, and would go to council as is. I think I'm right in saying that? Yeah. Is that right?
Sorry, I was speaking to the solicitor.
Okay, I think we're okay.
Yeah, so the understanding is,
He's just telling me, Councillor Crawford, and I want to just make sure that, so everybody understands, including Councillor Davis and myself, that you talked to staff, and that staff said that the recommendations would actually go forward to City Council, but in the meantime, that doesn't prevent, even if they're approved there, it doesn't prevent this further consultation from taking place. And you were talking about it within the context of, I'll put it this way, moving money around or moving around levels of taxation within the context of these recommendations. And was that your intention? Or did
yes,
you want the entire item held off until that consultation is in?
No, the initial discussions was not, I mean, my assumption in putting the motion together was the recommendations are still going to council. This would be added on to that. So we could support the recommendations, and if we support it all, including this, then we would support the recommendations and go back and consult. This isn't a deferral. I'm not deferring the item. The intent is not to defer.
It's adding if I can put it this way, it's adding a discussion on after, if council approves these
Yeah,
recommendations.
if council approves it, then we further consult.
Councillor Davis, yes? Did you?
No, I'm just asking if it can.
Oh, put it up?
Screen.
Yeah. This is Councillor Crawford's motion.
Yeah, the intent was never to defer the entire item.
So this doesn't replace, this is an addition.
Okay, so it approves, yes, so the fact that now we see it all read here is that it would approve the recommendations, but it would add this consultation to be reported to the Budget Committee, which, as you said, it happens anyway, but it would formally recite that in this motion.
Yes, correct.
Is that clear to everybody? I think it is now to me, and I'm glad that Councillor Davis asked the question because it led us to.
Somebody needs to move the motion.
Well, it is. Okay, so I think what we have then is Councillor Crawford's motion, and then we'll have the main item to vote on. And did I have any other speakers? I think after Councillor Crawford's motion, I didn't see anybody else wanting to speak. Okay, well then we're ready to call question first on Councillor Crawford's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And on the main item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. That then brings us to the, I believe, 32.6. The update on the Toronto Zoo tripartite agreement. We have 3 deputants who've been very patient. And if they all want to make their way towards the front, I think we have Pauline Browse, who I saw earlier today, Chair of the Friends of the Rouge, Larry Noonan from the Friends of the Rouge, and Heather Moser. And so if they want to just make their way down to the front, the Honourable Pauline Browse is first.
I think Larry's getting over to the... Well, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, Mayor Ward and councillors. I'm happy to have an opportunity to speak to you. My name is Pauline Browse. I was a former member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre in the cabinet for a few years, and I've had an opportunity to work on the Rouge National Urban Park for a good number of years. I'm presently a director of the Waterfront Regeneration Trust, and a few years ago we formed the Friends of the Rouge National Urban Park, of which I am the chair. I'm happy to be joined by Larry Noonan, who's got over at the projector there, and also with Heather Moser. On reading the documents that you have before you concerning this issue, I was really taken back by the lack of importance that the City of Toronto has extended to the establishment of the Canada's first national urban park, situated in this city as well as in Markham, Pickering, and Uxbridge. With approximately 20,000 acres of land preserved for perpetuity and administered by Parks Canada, it is situated in the heart of the largest population centre in Canada. It is groundbreaking when the federal government, under Stephen Harper, established this park and announced the park, allotted thousands of acres of lands for this, provided $170 million of federal funds, signed an agreement with Premier McGuinty on this issue for the transfer of the provincially controlled lands to make this the nature gateway to the GTA. It is a cause for a tremendous celebration. But when I get to these documents, the City of Toronto and the Toronto Zoo are trying their very best to see how they can benefit from these funds, instead of how the City of Toronto can promote the Rouge National Park. I'm really concerned about this report. I was interested to hear this morning of, in the earlier presentation, the positive proactive strategy of the benefits of Toronto, where parks and ravines were actually mentioned. Now, perhaps you have heard of the proposal that the Education Centre and the Visitor Centre for the Rouge National Urban Park would be established. Everybody wants to know how to get to the park. Where do I go to get to the park? And so this is why we need to have a visitor centre. Well, it's been proposed that this centre for the Rouge National Urban Park be in the parking lot of the Toronto Zoo. This is a most unacceptable location for this centre. Our group is recommending that the facility be constructed on the east side of Meadowvale Road. You drive up Meadowvale Road, on the left is the zoo, and on the right is the park. And so we believe it should be on the park side to see the vista of the park and very close to the trails. We have recently made a presentation to the Toronto Zoo, as well as to Parks Canada, with 50 reasons why this facility should be on the park side of Meadowvale Road. Now, you'll see on the map that was in your material, and that's now up on the board there, that the Toronto Zoo wants more land on the east side of Meadowvale Road, even to the river. Can you point that out? Even to the river. We think that the top of Bank should be at least where it should be, but also the location where we believe that the education center should be on the east side of Meadowvale Road should also be included in the park boundary, as opposed to in the zoo. And so the zoo has got a recommended, go to the other map, yeah. The zoo has got the other part north of Finch that's taken out of the park area of the Toronto Region Transportation, the Conservation Authority lands. But we believe that this part that's, if you can point to it, Larry, the part that's on the east side of Meadowvale Road, down by there, that is the area that should be in the park, as opposed to having this in the zoo. So we understand.
I'm going to invoke the clause that says for Privy Councillors they get an extra 90 seconds.
Okay.
And you're a member of the Privy
actually
Council.
finished.
But after that, then I have to cut you off because the full 2 minutes is only for former Prime Ministers. So. There actually is no such rule, but if you could just bring your remarks to a conclusion, there may be some questions that could allow you to have more to say. Just take 60 seconds, but thank you.
Reject this report.
Pardon me?
I said we would just like you to send this report back for further discussion, because we haven't had any opportunity to review this. We heard about it on Friday.
All right. That's fine, thank you. You could have taken another 30 seconds, but that's okay.
Well,
We'll save it for another time. Now, are there questions of the deputant? I guess I would just like to clarify what you were just dealing with at the end, because I was going to say, well, what do you want us to do? And what you'd like us to do in this case is actually to have this go back for further discussion, including consultation with your group and others that you said were not consulted on this?
We'd like it to go back for further consultation with stakeholders, and also to discuss with the Friends of the Rouge National Urban Park, and then bring it back to you at another time. So the staff can take a look at it with our inputs.
All right, well, what we'll try and do is ask some questions of staff about...
I'm sorry?
We'll try and ask some questions of staff when that time comes after the deputations of staff about the consultation and what happened and so forth, so we can get some answers on that.
That's right. So Larry has got some further particulars about this, that it would be probably before other questions came forth, it might be good to hear what he has.
Yes, well, if he's going to make a separate deputation, which I assumed, he gets his own 5 minutes, and perhaps he can follow on the discussion we've been having here and speak to these points. Is that fair? Because you're Mr. Noonan, correct?
Yes.
And you're down as a separate deputant, so
Yes.
you have your own 5 minutes, and if you want to come up, or do you want to do it from there?
I would appreciate doing it here so I can...
Councillor, microphone there. Do you have a question of this, Pauline Browse?
Yep.
All right, please go ahead, Paul.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Thank you. Through Meritori. Ms. Browse, at the Board of Directors of the Toronto Zoo, we reviewed the visitor center that you were talking about at least 3 times at board meetings. Were you at any of the board meetings to make your concerns known?
Any of the board meetings? Where you at? Tell them you're having problems here.
I have not been at any of the zoo board meetings.
Okay, and we also reviewed this at Board of Directors meeting of the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority. Did you make a deputation there at all?
Actually, you know, it's really interesting you should ask this, because this whole issue of the education center, the boundaries, are some of the best kept secrets in this city. I can't believe how poorly people who are involved with the zoo, people involved with the park, people involved with yourself as the chair, have really not reached out to the community. I know that I had a meeting with you before Christmas. And I would have thought that you might have told us that we were going to be discussing this, but I haven't heard anything from you, and I'm very sorry about that.
You didn't get any of the emails that I've sent you?
I haven't received any information about this, no.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of this deputant before we hear from the next one? Okay, Ms. Browse, thank you. And then Mr. Noonan, I think we're now going to hear from. And do you have a microphone over there so we can pick up what you're saying?
Do?
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. I want to go on to this area here. The zoo staff report in February of this year has talked about putting a shared facility, which Ms. Browse talked about, in the vicinity of Meadowvale Road. Well, this is the vicinity that they're talking about here. And with the boundaries that are being set out, the zoo will control all of this area here, including 4 parking lots and all the land that could have some building put on it. Our question is, where is Parks Canada's land for building the Rouge National Urban Park Visitor Center? And they are answering in parking lot number 1. And we're hoping that we can change that and get it into parking lot number 3. And I'll be talking about that as we go along. This is the 2 areas, a little closer view, 800 meters from the area that in parking lot number 1 to the area that we're looking at in parking lot number 3. The zoo is also entering into agreements to offer credit courses. These courses will be offered to university students and to high school students, and it would be in the education center. The zoo has clearly stated that they want the education center inside the zoo, parking lot number 1, which results in the loss of many parking spaces, up to 300 if our calculation is right, and the construction of a 2-level underground parking garage. The reason given by the zoo for this location of the education center in zoo parking lot number 1 is the convenience of senior high school students and adult university students having it close to the zoo. So, however, this puts the Rouge National Urban Park Education Center 800 meters away from the Rouge National Urban Park. It also puts the center 800 meters away from 5 hiking trails. These trails are going to be visited by hundreds of schools and thousands of students in the years to come. And we think that the students here, as I put up, the high school students, university students are more capable of walking that 800 meters than children as young as 4, and elementary students older than that as well. Back to the map, and I'll just go to here. People have expressed a concern about the road. This is the road they'll be walking across. It's Zoo Road. It's full of ramps coming up from the Meadowvale Road. It's got buses, cars, everything, small children. And handicapped people and accessibility people have expressed a concern about this. The Pickering Accessibility Advisory Committee were clear that the distance between the parking lot site and the trails and the road crossings along the way are not acceptable for people with exceptionalities. Also, up near where we propose to put the visitor center in parking lot 3, there is 2 trails that are wheelchair accessible according to the committee that I spoke to in Pickering. The zoo wants to put a boundary right in the middle of part of this. I don't understand that, and I'd like that reviewed to see why they have to have that little jog that you can see up there in the boundary line. Now, what do you see from the 2 proposed sites? From the back of the zoo, where they propose it, this is what you see. This is the view. From where we're proposing, this is what you would see in certain seasons. From the front of the zoo proposed area, this is what you see. And from the front of the other one in parking lot 3, this is what you see. It's natural ground and gravel parking lot and has the ability to put trees in front of the center. Also, the zoo does not have the capability of putting a curved and roadway in with trees to give people an idea that they're going out of an urban environment. Parking lot number 3 has that ability. This is an accepted standard in national, provincial, and conservation sites. this is the type of parking lot that we could have there, with this on the ground level instead of this. Now, branding is also very important, and the location of the Rouge National Urban Park Education Center will have a major effect on the brand. These are the kinds of things that you should have in a brand. The vista, the valley, or other natural areas, easy access to hiking trails, and visitor and education center. I seem to have lost my feed there. In an environment that looks very, very natural. I only had 2 slides left. It was the TRCA headquarters in the parking lot of the zoo, and it was one with the natural area in the parking lot where we propose. And they are very, very different. One is very natural and one is not. My other 2 slides are in front of you, I hope, along with the map. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. Are there questions of this deputy? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through Maritory. Mr. Noonan, can you go back to your slide of Meadowvale where you're saying that people had to cross Meadowvale?
I can't. We're out of power, it appears.
Oh, do you have your power bar?
I do. It's in my briefcase over there. I didn't expect to be here all day, so I've run out of power. I don't know where to put that.
While we're waiting for this, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I could just mention to you that the people that are supporting our proposal of the education center on the east side is the Altona Steward Committee, the Waterfront Regeneration Trust, which is David Crombie, Keith Lushaway, and Mulville, the Milne Park Conservation Association in Markham, Highland Creek Community Association, Jim Hart, of course, councillor, and also councillor Glenda Bearmaker, Kevin Ash, the councillor in Durham, West Rouge Community Center, Highland Creek Community Center, Toronto Field Naturalists, and the Accessibility Center in the City of Pickering.
Thank you. How are we coming along there, Mr. Noonan?
It's almost up. I apologize.
If it's going to be a minute, we could hear from Ms. Moser.
Is there other questions or anything?
Well, no, Ms. Moser has a deputation to make as well. I think you're, well, there's a question from Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, I'm sort of looking over the staff report here, and unless I'm missing something, there's no reference to an education center at all. Who is funding this education center, and who is going to be operating it?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Well, actually, now it's Mr. Noonan. He's the deputy that's up. And if he doesn't have information, we can save it for a question for staff. But Mr. Noonan, you're trying to load up your computer there.
Whoops.
I'll leave it for staff then.
Yeah, we'll leave it. I think we'd best leave it for staff because we're more likely to, get. All right, how are we coming there, Mr. Noonan?
I have it here, I think. The dangerous one. It's the wrong way. I apologize. Is that it?
So the question was to do with crossing Meadowvale, am I right? I've just sort of forgotten what we were looking for.
Yep. So, Mr. Noonan, I don't mean to be facetious or sarcastic, but you said that students and people would have to cross that roadway. And currently, there's quite a substantial bridge there with a roadway that goes over Meadowvale Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And the part of the business plan for the visitor center is that people would get from the visitor center across the bridge to the park, correct?
How would they do that?
Well, they can either take a shuttle bus across or they can walk across the bridge, but you've left the bridge out of this picture, correct?
The bridge is right there. I'm standing on the road when I took it. The bridge is in between the ramp here that says 4 and 5 and the ramp on the other side which says 6. That is the bridge right there.
But it's quite, I can't speak for myself, for everybody in this room, but I don't see a bridge anywhere in this picture, and it's quite a substantial bridge.
Well, we're on the bridge, basically. The bridge is straight ahead. What you don't see here is Meadowvale. It's underneath the bridge. The ramps from Meadowvale go up to the bridge, and if you're coming from the 401 area, you turn left to go into the zoo, and hopefully you will turn right to go to the visitor center. That's ramp number 6 there.
Right.
Where that car is just coming off the bridge. You can see the railings on the picture to the left of the car.
Right.
That's the bridge.
Oh, okay. And have you read the report that was passed at the TRCA and the Board of Directors on the zoo about the renovations that was going to be done?
I have seen information on that, yes.
And you don't agree with it?
No, I don't agree with it because if you're walking, they were talking about putting some kind of protection across. That protection cannot block the ramps that are all over the place here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ramps and entrances or exits from the ramps. Children will have to walk across that. People in wheelchairs will still have to go across that. You might protect them from the weather when they're on the sidewalk, but that's it. This is a busy road with buses, school buses, all kinds of things.
And you haven't seen the report with the recommendations for making alterations to this so that it's fully accessible and AODA compliant?
Could you tell me what that would be?
Sorry?
Could you tell me what compliance will prevent people from walking across these ramps?
It'll be a fully accessible bridge.
A separate pedestrian bridge?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm done.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Mr. Noonan, other questions of Mr. Noonan? All right, Mr. Noonan, well, thank you very much. And then, Ms. Moser, we have you to, as a separate deputant, so you have 5 minutes as well.
Is this one working?
The microphone sounds like it is. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I'm here to speak about the Rouge Valley and our centre and the roadway. As you know, Ron and I, we spent 34 years fighting for the Rouge Valley in many different organizations, Save the Rouge Valley System, the Coalition of Scarborough Community Associations, COSCA, and now in the Friends of the Rouge National Urban Park. And I'm still at it after all these years. As Pauline had told you, we didn't even hear about this until last week, about this tripartite agreement, and that it was coming to council. Never got any emails to say there was any meetings at any of the boards and that we were welcome at any of them. So, but because my companions here have mentioned other areas, I would like to mention the Finch Meander, which is, if you look up on the upper left-hand corner, right there, that is one of the most beautiful areas in the Rouge Valley. And for some reason, the boundaries for the zoo have been put in there, and it has never been part of the Rouge Valley, of the zoo, and it's on the other side of a road, and actually has a road running through it. And we're wondering who would, under the zoo, who would maintain the road. But it is one of the beautiful sites, and it's where in the 1980s we managed to stop a 6-lane road going through there, where the Ministry of Transport thought they would join the 407 to the 401 and drew lines right over the Finch Meander. Also in 1988, it's exactly where Premier David Peterson came to announce the Rouge to be a park. So we would like it to stay in the Rouge Valley. Okay. And as Pauline has said here, we have to have this go back and have a review with the people who are involved in this.
All right, thank you. Ms. Moser, are there questions of this deputant? All right, well, thank you all for your patience, the deputants, and you can excuse yourselves now, and we're going to move to questions of the staff, and so that might obviously highlight some of the issues you've brought to our attention today, so we thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, you were first because you had a question that earlier on you expressed that probably best goes to staff.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. Now, I've heard the word visitor center and education center. Are these the same structures? Can these terms be used interchangeably?
What we're talking about here is the Education Orientation Center. It's a shared facility. It was subject to a needs assessment over the course of about a year with a number of parties, including Parks Canada, the Toronto Zoo, and University of Toronto, Scarborough campus.
All right, so we're talking, this is actually one structure, and they've used two different, okay. Who's paying for this center, and who will be operating it?
So the center would be a shared facility. The exact details have not been worked out as to the amount of the sharing, but generally it would be shared between the Rouge Park, the Toronto Zoo, and we now have a third partner who is very interested in being a part of the facility, and that would be the University of Toronto Scarborough campus.
Now, I'm looking at your report here. I don't, maybe I'm missing it, so you can, if you could refer me to the page of a reference to a visitor center or orientation center or education center, whatever you want to call it. I don't see any reference to it at all here yet. That's the key debate here, it seems.
No, it actually is not subject of this report. This report is about the tripartite agreement and the changes in the boundaries from the Toronto Zoo and the Rouge National Urban Park, which you saw on the map, which had the new lines drawn around the zoo. In fact, the zoo is giving up about 200 acres of land for the benefit of the park, and the principle was to have the zoo inside of the rivers rather than going over the boundaries of the rivers.
And the deputants have said they weren't properly consulted on the boundary changes. What would be your response to that? I mean, was there full public disclosure and consultation on this?
These were all dealt with at public meetings of our zoo board, which are open to all members of the public and are published on our website and on the city's website in advance with full agendas and disclosure of the reports.
And just to double back on the funding, does the zoo have a capital plan that would include this?
Yes, the zoo completed a master plan last year, was approved at the end of 2016, and it involves, this project for the shared facility is included in that 2016 capital master plan, which is now going to be the subject of capital budgets for some time, we hope.
So just finally, the debate over the location of the visitor center seems central to this boundary or tripartite agreement amendment that's before us. Is there any reason why it was expunged from this report? It's not mentioned as an issue at all. It's not mentioned at all.
It wasn't expunged. It was never in the report. But I guess the siting of the shared facility is on zoo-managed lands in either case. It's really a question of whether it's in lot number 1 or lot number 3 of the zoo's held lands, which have been managed by the zoo since 1974.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory. So, Mr. Hale, the tripartite agreement that's the subject of the report before us originated in what year?
It was request of council in 2013.
And that's the three parties, the City of Toronto.
Sorry, you're talking about the original tripartite agreement. Was entered into in 1978 between the TRCA, the city, and the Toronto Zoo, and the Zoological Society of Metropolitan Toronto at the time.
Right. And the reason it's before us today is because there's been some land. So the site that's on the Toronto Zoo, it's owned by the Toronto Region Conservation Authority.
Most of the land is owned by the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, about 6/7, about 600 acres. There's about 100 acres that are owned by the City of Toronto.
Okay. And the tripartite agreement today, it's being revised because we're moving some land from the zoo to the Rouge National Park.
It's an old agreement. It's being brought up to date, and in addition, the boundary change has been proposed, as was requested by City Council back in 2013.
Okay, and the education center that we're looking at, that was approved unanimously by the TRC at the Board of Directors meeting when it was put before them?
It was approved by the Board of Management of Toronto Zoo on October 25th, 2017.
Right, and that was in a public meeting?
That was at a public meeting.
Publicly advertised? And so under the tripartite agreement, we just built a medical center, so when we're putting up structures on the zoo, we wouldn't include those as part of the needing to revise the tripartite agreement, correct?
It's all, the tripartite agreement allows for projects that are approved in the master plan to be considered and fulfilled under the terms of the agreement.
Right. And the master plan was unanimously approved by the Board of Directors?
It was approved by both the Board of Management and also the TRC.
Okay, and it's in our capital plan, in the zoo's capital plan?
That is correct.
And Parks Canada's in agreement with the location of the education center?
It was a joint study. It was undertaken over the course of about a year, and the Parks Canada is fully in agreement with the siting and nature of the facility.
And just to address the concerns one of the deputants had about children would be walking across from the visitors center over the Meadowvale Bridge to get to the Rouge Park. How's that being addressed?
Well, I think you have to understand that there's also 120,000 school children that potentially will be using this facility and heading towards the zoo. So it doesn't matter which side, which part of the zoo's parking lots it is located, it is going to require some movement of children, and that is all going to be carefully studied and planned for, including buses and also footpaths that are properly AODA required.
Okay, and some of the financial concerns, if we were to decide to put the educational center on the east side of Meadowvale, there's some concerns that I remember at the zoo board meeting about infrastructure costs for utilities and
yes, that's
and
correct.
Security.
All of the services that would support this facility are located on the west side of Meadowvale. There are no very minimal services on the east side of Meadowvale, and that would be very expensive to bring them across.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Hainsey. Are there others wishing to ask questions? I just have a couple, if I might, for our staff. Just because it is a bit confusing for us. Now, I'll put on the record here just something that may have been missed a bit by the deputants and so on. This report is just here to be received by us. There is no action required on our part, and I just want to ask you a question in that regard. Is there any requirement that the agreement be brought here to be reviewed, or is it just almost a courtesy that it's here because it's already been entered into?
It's merely showing the effect of the deliberations and was done because it was requested by council, so it is for information only. And the city staff and the zoo staff now have authority to enter into the agreement along with the TRCA.
And sorry, you were a little bit quieter there, but you said that it has been executed by those people?
No, it has not yet been executed. We have the authority now to execute.
Have the authority to execute it, regardless of this. This is just receiving this, yes, and it would be in turn received by council in effect through the executive committee?
That's correct.
All right, and that's because, in effect, authority to deal with these matters of the tripartite agreement has been delegated to the Zoological Society or whatever it is, the board, the Zoo Management Board, and TRCA, and the third party, I guess, is who? Parks Canada?
And city staff.
Oh, city. So the city is a party to it then, but the city doesn't require the approval of council to enter into an agreement like this, a revision.
That is correct, sir.
All right, and then does the execution of this agreement and its approval, not by us because we're not approving it, but does it provide approval by the people we just discussed, does that stop? I heard that there's been a decision taken at the board to consciously locate the center where it's proposed to be on the west side.
Yes.
Does anything that's going to go on today in receiving this report or even the approval of the agreement stop the people who are still concerned about this from continuing to discuss the location of the center?
No,
does the swap of lands here in effect stop a decision later on if somebody thought, oh, you know, we made a mistake, we should put it on the other side of the road?
Not at all. In fact, quite the opposite. We met with this same group a week ago and discussed with them some of their concerns. We are taking that back. We will have another meeting with them at some point to provide our input to the decision, and a bit more fulsome discussion should take place at that point.
All right, so do I hear there, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do I hear a commitment that you are going to sit down with the Friends of the Rouge and have a further discussion beyond what we've discussed here in public today about all these concerns and try to address them as best one can and so on?
That is exactly as we told them.
All right. And then I had one more question, just a bit of a curiosity to me. It's sort of back on, I didn't quite understand from all the questions and answers I heard. First of all, I would have said that Parks Canada, if there was one that I would have thought would be most likely to talk to the Friends of the Rouge and keep them apprised of all this and so on, it would be them, because it's their park. But secondly, who is going to pay? It's on land that belongs to the TRCA/zoo/city, whatever, but it's not on park. It's not in the park. And who's paying to build this? And it's just part of the deal with all this swapping going on that they get the right to put the visitor center there if you stick to that decision in return for all this other swapping that's going on. And who pays for the building?
Well, the building would be a shared expense, and the exact details have not been worked out at this point. You have to understand that the needs assessment is a concept. It's not a final design, and there's a lot of discussion and costing that would need to take place.
So this is far from about to be started construction, and that's why the meeting can be held in good faith with these people from the Friends of the Rouge.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that certainly satisfies me, and I hope, I'll just address these comments to the deputant. Deputants, I hope you understand today we're not approving, we're not asked to approve, we're not in a position to approve the agreement, we're just receiving it, but I think your concerns have been raised. There's been a commitment to meet with you in good faith, and we'll certainly follow up on that just to see what comes out of all that. But otherwise, okay, those are my questions, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Are there speakers then? Are there any members left? No, so they're not here, so Councillor Ainslie.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm quite happy to move this item for information. Currently, I'm the chair of the Board of Management of the Toronto Zoo. So the zoo site, for the most part, is owned by the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority. The tripartite agreement's been approved by the TRCA. It's been approved by the Board of Management of the Toronto Zoo. One of the key parts of it for us is that there's a parcel of land that's on the zoo controlled property that's really not accessible to us, that we're turning over to the Rouge National Park, which helps them enforce regulations. It opens up an area to hiking and walking trails that are currently inaccessible to the general public. The TRCA, through the agreement, is also turning over some land on Finch Avenue, which is the north side of the zoo, which is we're going to be using for a breeding area. So it's a win-win for everybody involved. One of the discussions that the deputants had, we're looking at building a visitors education center on a corner of the parking lot that's going to be shared both by Parks Canada and the Toronto Zoo. It's another great arrangement. Financially, that meets financially and the educational needs of both the Rouge Park and Parks Canada and the Toronto Zoo. And I hope I'll have the endorsement of all of my colleagues here as well. Thank you.
Thanks. I trust that having heard all that process that sounds like it was entirely properly and publicly followed, that you will also await the results of these further consultations if there's something useful to be come out of that in terms of addressing these concerns, even up to and including, I suppose, a change in the decision, but you will, you and your board will listen to that as it emerges.
And also I'll make a commitment to the deputants. There were concerns, and Mrs. Moser made a point about not being notified. We'll make sure they're on the list of deputants and interested parties for future meetings or consultations on this.
Okay, so if there are no other speakers, then I'll just call the question, which is to receive the report for information with other things that have arisen out of our discussion that I hope will be helpful. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. All right. The next item that was being held was the EX 32.9, the multi-year service plans and strategies, and Adina LeBeau was down as a deputant.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks again. I'm here for CARP Toronto and the Toronto Seniors Forum. I've already deputed on the long-term financial plan, which is very much related to the issue of funding of council-approved service plans and strategies. And it's also the reason why option 3 of the long-term plan, broad-based city building, is the only option worth pursuing and that we can pursue. I wanted to take a moment to say that analysis of the strategies is very helpful to see the anticipated costs for implementing the plans that Council has approved. These are plans that are about making our city better, more inclusive and equitable, and they should be a priority in the budget setting going forward and not an afterthought. They should inform action on the long-term financial plan. Based on the 2018 municipal budget that just passed, Social Planning Toronto created a budget brief, which documents the systemic underfunding of key council-approved strategies and services. This brief, called Promises, Promises, City Council Commitments, and the 2018 budget, I believe was distributed to you, but if you haven't read it, I will leave it with the city clerk here, and please take a look at the copy. Social Planning Toronto has asked me to do this deputation on its contents. The Recreation and Service Plan and Parks Plan is underfunded by $10 million. Transform Toronto, Climate Change, TO Prosperity, the Poverty Reduction Strategy, underfunded by $2 million. Child care advocates say $11.2 million was needed for child care in 2018 alone, not to be spread over 3 years. The HOT plan, Housing Opportunities, had 10,000 affordable units by 2019. We're in 2018, and we have 526 promised, which is far behind the original target. An additional $35 million could have been provided through operating or debt funding. The Middle Childhood Strategy, $3.4 million, disappeared. The Youth Ambassador Program got cut. This program was to help marginalized youth finish high school. It was $120,000. The Senior Strategy Dental Care Program, we couldn't find an amount, but there's a 3-year waiting list to get vulnerable seniors' teeth checked. Please understand the consequences. Canada is the only social care health system where teeth and drugs aren't included. Why is this important? Because infections start in our mouths. They spread downward in the body. And if not caught in early stages, manifest into increased health costs long term. There are 600,000 people over 50 in Toronto now, and over the next 10 to 15 years, there'll be 2 million seniors living in the city as lifespans continue to increase and seniors spend more money on health. We are underinvested in each of these strategies, and this underinvestment has its own long-term unhealthy, bad and financial effects and consequences, and if we don't start dealing with them now to find solutions, we are going to be in the situation we talked about in the long-term plan this morning. The deficit just for 2018 is 40 to 50 million less than we needed. Yes, we did fund some, but not at the levels required by the need to move forward. We need to focus the budget discussion on finding equitable and sustainable ways to fund these commitments, including raising property taxes to catch up to inflation and/or adopting specific revenue tools. As I mentioned before, the municipality must use revenue tools to ante up, to prime the pump, to get the monies flowing for other levels of government. And we need you to understand that and be leaders and act accordingly. We have to tackle the big issues first and foremost. We need to put people first when deciding on our priorities. Rather than adopting an across-the-board increase or decrease in the yearly budget, we suggest setting the priorities and then set a different percentage for different departments. We do know that it's a harder route to go for staff, but it can be done with council's direction. We also have to educate voters as to the realities we're facing here in Toronto, consult the public before departmental budgets are completed, and encourage public input on budget priorities. And this was the reason behind asking that the long-term plan go to council and then out for the election.
I'll ask you to wrap up if you
can. Why does this matter to seniors? Well, first and foremost, we're parents, we're grandparents and great-grandparents from all different nationalities and cultural backgrounds living in the city. And we want all our families to do well here in Toronto. Just one last thing about the taxes. Yes, everybody will say no. If you ask them, do you want to pay more taxes? The answer is automatically no. But down on the ground, because I've done it, when you tell them that 27% child poverty in Toronto, 15,000 kids waiting for childcare, 100,000 on a social housing wait list, 180,000 for park and rec subsidies, 3-year waits for dental, and then you ask them, will you pay 50 cents a week or $28 per year? Most of them say yes. I will. We have an education job to do. Thank you very much.
Are there questions of this deputant? All right, thank you very much. Are there questions of staff on the multi-year plans and strategies report, which the recommendation is the report be received for information really as a companion piece with some of the other things we've discussed today. Are there any other questions of staff? Anybody wishing to speak? Councillor Thompson, welcome. Then I'll call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation to receive the report, opposed, carry. Item 32.12, home ownership funding allocations to support 80 new nonprofit affordable ownership homes. It was being held for a deputation by Darshika Salvasavam. Is Darshika Salvasavam here? Darshika Salvasavam? Okay. That deputy is no longer here. May I see if there are any questions of staff? All right. Are there any speakers? All right. So we'll then move the item. Where are we here now? 12. There we are. It's so the recommendation is found in the report from the Affordable Housing Committee decision letter. Item 32.12. May I call the question then? Moved by move the recommendations. Councillor Deputy Mayor Bailão. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next we had item 32.16. Now I had indicated at the beginning of the meeting today that while I'm going to rule this out of order because this has been dealt with within the past year, I would hear from Derek Moran on his deputation. So if you want to come down and make your deputation, Mr. Moran, and then we'll move forward from there.
Take notice that the crown is the surety for Mr. Derek Moran, the person I have. I just want to acknowledge the chair of the French Language Committee, Councillor Norm Kelly, who's joined us just now. I actually spoke at the French Language Committee. This is the summary of an item that was on the agenda submitted by the vice chair. In recent weeks, a media outlet reported the fact that henceforth Francophones will no longer be guaranteed access to services in French when they want to dispute parking violations with the City of Toronto. This service is no longer provided by the province but is being delegated to the city and therefore is no longer subject to the French Language Services Act 2006. When questioned by the media, Susan Pape was identified as a spokesperson for the city. Ms. Pape referred to a new municipal process and suggested that individuals could use interpreters at their own expense. The French Language Services Commissioner confirms that an investigation has been opened into this file pursuant to a citizen complaint. It is recommended that the committee hear a presentation on language of service for people wanting to pay and/or dispute parking violations or other infractions. Take notice, this is from the Supreme Court of Canada in R versus Tran, 1994, which said, "This is the first appeal heard by this court in which the right to interpreter assistance guaranteed by Section 14 of the Charter has been directly an issue. Section 14 provides as follows: a party or witness in any proceedings who does not understand or speak the language in which the proceedings are conducted or who is deaf has the right to the assistance of an interpreter." So after I spoke about this at French Language Committee, after I left City Hall, I walked up to police headquarters on College Street and dropped off a letter for Toronto Police Services Board Chair Andy Pringle, which said this: "Hi, Chair Pringle, how are you? I wish to have as an item to speak on at the next Toronto Police Services Board meeting what was discussed at the most recent French Language Committee at Toronto City Hall. As it appears, the Corporation of the City of Toronto, operating as John Tory," remember the whole Dun & Bradstreet thing I showed at the police board, "is not complying with Section 14 of the Constitution Act 1982 in regards to their unconstitutional administrative monetary penalty system. I respectfully direct you, Chair Pringle, to have this as an item on the agenda of the next Toronto Police Services Board meeting. God bless Her Majesty the Queen, and long live Her Majesty the Queen, by Derek Moran, sole living beneficiary." So this is the response I got by email from Carleen Bennett. "Good morning, Derek. In response to your letter to Chair Pringle, and further to my email to you dated February 9th, 2018, the Chair has reviewed your request to make a deputation at the next board meeting, which would be February 22nd, regarding the City of Toronto French Language Committee's non-compliance with the Section 14 of the Constitution Act 1982. Now there I just want to clarify, at no point in my letter did I say that the French Language Committee is possibly not complying with the Constitution, the City of Toronto. She goes on to say that it was determined that your request does not, incredibly enough, meet the criteria to make a deputation to the board. Further, that it is perhaps more appropriate for the City of Toronto to consider this issue. If you wish, you may contact the City of Toronto City Clerk's office at clerk@toronto.ca or 416-392-8016. Thank you, Carleen Bennett." So let me get this straight. The City of Toronto may be violating the Constitution. The chair of the Toronto Police Services Board, who took a real oath to uphold the Constitution, not a declaration of office, a real oath of office, doesn't want me speaking about this possibility at the Toronto Police Services Board. So how many people in this room know that the chair, Andy Pringle, of the Toronto Police Services Board, used to be the former chief of staff of Mayor Tory here, while Mayor Tory was doing the same job that Doug Ford is doing right now? To me, that seems like a pretty blatant conflict of interest at this point. And I just want to point out, now that he's dropped by, these were some comments that Councillor Thompson made that Jennifer Pagliaro of the Toronto Star wrote about on Thursday, July 9, 2015. "He consistently rubber-stamped police actions, proposals, and initiatives that were not in the best interest of the community. I would dare say that Mr. Pringle's silence on all the major issues that the board has faced has in fact been deafening. He suggested Tory had whipped the vote on Pringle, but said he could not support it. Toronto does not need a police services board that functions as a cheerleading squad for the police. We need a board that advocates firmly for the interests of our city." And on Thursday, because of this, I'm going to just respectfully ask Chair Pringle to resign as chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. And Mayor Tory is laughing for some reason.
All right. Well, thank you for those comments, and your time is up, and we appreciate that. Are there any questions of the deputy?
You're welcome, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much for both representations. Are there any, no questions of the deputy? Are there any questions of staff? Are there any people wishing to speak? Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm ruling the matter out of order because it's been dealt with within the past year. So we just gave Mr. Moran, Derek Moran his chance to say his piece. So we'll just rule it out of order and move on. Item 32.17, Toronto Fire Services High-Rise Residential Inspection Portal. Mr. Richardson, I see, was dutifully preparing himself over there. And so you're up for 5 minutes, sir, on a deputation.
Great. You should have hard copies of the slides, and they should be coming up on the screen here. It's a little bit of a shine. So talking about the fire inspection data, that's been released, currently not as open data. It's only been posted up as part of a proprietary portal by the fire chief. This started about a year ago when it was determined that there were tenants in apartment buildings who were asking for fire inspection data about fire violations that they had reported themselves. And they were told that in order to get that information, they would have to file a Freedom of Information request. We have had some improvements over the last year, and now there is baby steps towards transparency. You're starting to put the data up in this proprietary portal. It is not open data. And you also are only releasing information on violations that have been settled, not violations that are still outstanding. So if a landlord has an outstanding violation, there's no way for people to find that. When we compare that to other things, your fire inspection is only standalone, it's on a heavily disclaimed portal, and it's not released as part of the open data platform, even though a month ago you passed the open data master plan, and we've been talking about this for nearly 2 years. So the city, in the open data master plan, your staff said the city needs to remove the organizational cultural barriers to open data, and that open data is not a priority at all levels of the organization. Mr. Wallace had a great statement in general about City Hall, saying there's a slavish devotion to the status quo. This is certainly a case where that seems to be very visible within the organization. In the response when we were talking about this at the Tenants Issues Committee, the fire chief and his representatives said that the fire service is guided by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, which is from 1990. When that was passed, this is sort of what technology looked like in 1990 when that was passed. You're also guided by the Fire Protection and Prevention Act of 1997. This is what technology looked like in 1997. I'm sure you all remember your Palm Pilots. We're not keeping up with the requirements of running a modern city if we're trying to conform to regulations that are now, in some cases, 20 or 30 years old. Using 1990s policy and practice in 2018 is no longer fit for purpose. What we're asking the executive to do clearly through this and through other items is to mandate and enforce a serious culture change at all levels of your organization. And some organizations within the city are doing a really good job of it. So right now, fire is a health and safety issue, but it's not treated like a health and safety issue. Apartment building fire inspections are hard to access, but apartment building swimming pool inspections are easy to access. Does that really make sense to anyone? The map that you see there is the pool and spa inspections, and I punched in the address where we're standing today, and we can find the pool inspections nearby. In apartment buildings, we can see the details of those inspections at a condo that's like a block away from here, who inspected it, when it was inspected, whether they passed, failed, or were conditional. Same thing if we're going looking for restaurants. Restaurant information can be found, and it's including the detail. If I just slide that over a little bit, the detail of the violation is included. It also includes information on how to submit a complaint about that. All we're asking is that the fire department comes up with something that's closer to a fire safe, that's like a swim safe, like a body safe, like a food safe program. Treat it more as a public health issue that requires disclosure rather than a legal issue that requires you guys to hold all that information back. Also, body safe and dine safe information is up and on the open data platform. It's been there for a couple of years already. The focus should be on transparency, not on 1990s legacy policy and practices. The fire chiefs group had said they were very concerned about putting infraction details and legal details up and court details in an open data system. You're doing that on the dine safe side. So you need to have the medical officer of health and the fire chief talk to one another. How can two organizations within the same municipality be interpreting the restrictions around MFIPA so differently? If you can put the court information up for dine safe, you should be able to put it up for fire safe. So the list of demands is usually the same list of demands the open data community has for you. It's to change the default settings around here. Require staff to be proactive on getting consumable open data out to Torontonians. Assume that the staff response from legal and clerks will have a bias toward maintaining and enforcing your legacy processes. A year ago, we were told it required a Freedom of Information request. Neither of those laws have changed. All that's changed is the interpretations your staff have given to it. Make it clear that the model of what's the least we can do at the last possible moment is unacceptable in 2018. engage some outside legal advice when MFIPA and other restrictions are raised by your staff. And you today already made a request up to the province about some open data around the landlord affordable housing dollars that are being, or affordable housing requirements that are there. So please continue to push on Queen's Park to clarify any fuzzy conflicts between open data by default policy in 2017 and these older 1990s legislation items like MFIPA and FPPA. And that's my time. Thank you.
Mr. Richardson, thank you. Just talking to Councillor Ainslie about how we can possibly see about getting some better answer from the fire department than we seem to have. But are there questions of this deputant? Councillor Ainslie?
Thank you. Through Mayor Tory. So Mark, so the fire inspection data, you and I think we've been in community development and recreation 4 times now,
Some
asking
number
for most
like
of
that,
this.
yeah. Different types of fire information, but fire inspection has been going on for a year plus.
Yeah, and the standard response that we get back from the fire services is they're working at it.
They're working at it, and to be fair, they've made a big jump, but they started a year ago saying you have to freedom of information these requests, which those legislations did not change in the last 12 months. So there was clearly an overinterpretation of some of those legislations where they were saying we're not going to release this data. Right. They're making baby steps. This is not a slight towards the fire chief or any of his team. We just need to put the hammer down a little bit more and make transparency the default, not an opaque system, which has always been the default up until now.
Right. And the information that I've had motions, and they've all been passed successfully at CDR, and you've made deputations. What I've asked for, in your opinion, is not something that's like way out in left field or right field compared to other municipalities across Canada or the U.S.
It's certainly not compared to other municipalities across the U.S. In Canada, there are some stars that are further out ahead of us. In the U.S., there's certainly Cincinnati, San Francisco are doing things. They're different organizations in different parts of the jurisdictions. So I think it is important that some of this stuff gets pushed back to the province for them to clarify exactly what they mean when they're saying the new data says open by default, the old legislation has a requirement from the 1990s. And those two just aren't meshing together. Your staff are always defaulting to the 1990s interpretation, not the 2017 interpretation.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainslie. Are there other questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. So the report itself, because you're talking about the access to the information, the data, so that in terms of reporting it out, but the report itself, in terms of retroactive installation of automatic sprinklers in multi-residential units, you're okay with the report?
Yeah, that sort of got tacked on at the Tenants Advisory Committee. That wasn't in the original at the time.
But you're fine with that aspect of it?
I'm fine with that aspect of it.
And this information would help us to do a number of things. Can you perhaps identify or just highlight those number of things around safety and or just information for the general public to have? Can you maybe just...
If you and I want to go for dinner, we can look at the information from the St. Louis Bar and Grill that's a block away. And look at their health inspection data. We can look at the inspection data for a swimming pool. We can look at the inspection data for a barber shop. If I want to go and rent an apartment, I have zero information on open violations within the building that I'm going to, but I can see what the swimming pool quality is like in that building. Right. So these are health and safety, life and death issues, and we're not giving the renters and the consumers of apartments the visibility and transparency they need to be able to see the quality of building they're about to enter into a long-term contract with.
Fair enough. I get the context of that. Now, with respect to your request, and you made mention in your remarks about the fact that it's taking quite some time in order to have access and or to have the protocol or the platform where the information is being brought forward, so then having access and accessibility to that information, it seems to be slow. What exactly are your thoughts with respect to why it's so slow?
It's cultural within your organization. It's the slavish devotion to the status quo. And I'm probably going to get that on a T-shirt for somebody before they retire. This is a broken system. It's been broken for a long time. And trying to make even incremental change takes a lot of outside pressure. A year ago, we were told this was going to require a freedom of information request for every single building. The laws didn't change. Your staff's interpretation of it changed when attention started to be paid to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of this deputant? Okay, well, thank you then, Mr. Richardson, very much. Are there questions of staff that people have? Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through Mayor Tory. Is there somebody here from Toronto Fire Services?
Obviously not.
So, Mr. Mayor,
sorry,
unfortunately, Deputy Chief Jessup was here, but he had a family emergency, so I'm going to have to represent the fire department, Councillor.
Okay. Well, no offense, Mayor Tory, but I think I'd rather have answers from Toronto Fire Services staff.
Well,
we do have a
they do report to me, Mr. Mayor. I can do my best to answer the questions.
Why don't we have a try at that and to see what, we're obviously figuring out what the plan B here is after the...
okay, so I'm
I
trying...
also have Mr. Scragga here from Toronto Municipal Licensing and Standards.
We can get as far as we can. Just try.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand, Mr. Levy, what the cultural issue is, or why the Toronto Fire Services seems to post information on swimming pool inspections, but they can't post data on their inspections of buildings and homes, residences, businesses. And that's something that was passed at CDR. I think it's been passed twice now. Different motions asking for information, and it's not being done.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could give some context to this discussion, Toronto Fire Services made a presentation to the Tenants Issues Committee on their new high-rise portal, and Mark can speak about the portal that they are building. And it's a fair bit of effort to put that together, and they are making progress. I think we heard from the deputant that they are making some progress. Lots of questions were asked, and Toronto Fire Service, after questions from committee members, committed to reviewing the fire loss data and potentially expanding the registry and putting it in effect in 2019. So it is a work in progress. I think there has been a cultural issue about open data that we've witnessed in a number of places in the organization. I think there is a commitment to the program that the clerks has developed to do open data, and we'd be pleased to continue to advance open data and the provision of something like a fire safe program for the public in conjunction with the report that we would bring back next year.
Okay, and sorry, you said that they were are they building their own portal?
We are building a portal in conjunction with others. Mark, do you want to speak to that?
Through the mayor to Councillor. So part of the Rent Safe TO program, the apartment building program, we recognize providing more information for tenants and prospective tenants on the conditions of existing apartment buildings in the city is important, and a component of that is the fire evaluations and inspections of those buildings. So that information will be part of that overall citywide portal that tenants and prospective tenants will be able to go into, see current outstanding orders on a property, including fire orders, as well as previous orders. As well as part of our requirements is every building has to have a tenant notification board in the lobby or a prominent public area where any outstanding fire orders are to be posted as well.
And where was the decision made, or why was it made? I'm still not happy. I don't understand the time lag compared to many other jurisdictions. But aside from that, where was the decision made to create another separate portal from the City of Toronto's own open data portal?
Well, it's not a portal per se of just open data. It's an actual interactive map where tenants will be able to, people can enter an address or zoom in onto a building and click on that building and see all the information related to that building, including orders.
So are you going to be putting all of those data sets that creates that map website portal? Are you going to be putting all those data sets on the City of Toronto's open data portal?
we are working with the open data people as well to provide as much information as we can from our own database. So it's coming, the information comes from MLS's database, comes from Toronto Fire's database, and other divisions within the city, and that's provided to the open data.
But
Maybe I can help. Staff.
Well, I'm just trying to understand, Mr. Libby. We have an open data master plan that was passed at City Council.
Right.
We have a City of Toronto open data portal. We're having enough trouble getting information from Toronto Fire Services. The standard, almost universally, is they have one open data portal access point.
Yep.
And the Toronto Police have already created their own open data portal website. The city has one, and now we're going to create another one.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we can clear this up. Staff would have no objection to having the chief, together with the city solicitor and the city clerk, include in the upcoming report that they're coming out of this meeting, recommendations for providing a fire-safe program using the open data standards consistent with the city's open data standards.
Sorry, which staff are fine with that?
Staff are city staff.
Which, like Rob Meikle, the CIO?
No objection to the chief, including in his report. Chief, city solicitor, and city clerk. You can add any other division heads you'd like, Councillor.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Other questions of staff? All right, speakers? All right, no speakers, so are we just going to then...
Sorry, Mayor Tory?
Yes.
I would like to defer this item for a month. I don't think it's urgent that it be dealt with today, but I would like to hear from the fire chief himself, because I don't quite understand the time lag of going to CDR 3 times. I had a similar experience, no offense to the Toronto Police Department, 3 times on open data before. They created their own open data portal website. Now I'm hearing that staff are looking at another open data portal website, and having data all over the place. It's fine to have it in public, but to have it all over the place is not really the proper way to do it. And neither the fire chief or the city's CIO is here. So I think I'm not getting the answers I'm looking for.
I'm very comfortable with deferring it. I mean, there's nothing about it in the context of having the fire chief go to CDRF to talk about this. I don't think that couldn't wait for a month, and in the meantime, we can get this. I mean, this was a sidebar issue. It wasn't really referred to here per se. I guess it is in the context of Mr. Richardson having come to the committee, the tenant committee, as well as here. So I'm very comfortable with that. Are the other members comfortable with that?
Why are we referring it back here? Why don't we send it right to CDR, where the fire chief normally attends?
So we could do that. What do you think about that?
Can you refer committee to committee?
Move that we refer this to CDRF as well. The issue of open data on fire inspections, is that really a proper way to put it for further discussion and
I'm fine with that.
I think that actually does make sense, and then the fire chief can make one appearance there and deal with both items.
Yep, I'm fine with that.
So can Councilor, you want to move that it be referred, that the matter of the availability of open data on fire inspections be referred also be referred to the CDRF committee and request the fire chief to appear and
the CIO
answer questions on that matter.
And the CIO.
And the CIO. Do you want to put that aside while you work on that, Josephine, and then we can move to the next matter, because we have some deputations to be heard. So why don't we just hold on this item, we'll come back to it and
thank you.
Do something. Okay, the next item is 32.18, municipal licensing and standards update on heat in apartments, and we have a deputation from Daryl Chong from the Greater Toronto Apartments Association. Hello, sir. Thank you for your patience today.
Oh, it's been a long day. Thank you.
And over to you.
I'm Daryl with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association. We represent the owners of private sector rental, about 150,000 units of purpose-built rental are in our membership. We've been working with Toronto Public Health for a year and a half, maybe a little bit longer, on a report. And in May of 2017, less than a year ago, they tabled it. It's called Reducing Vulnerability to Extreme Heat in the Community and at Home. This is the report. It was approved May 17, 2017, and in the recommendations 4B, and it's in my letter that I think the clerk is distributing. Sorry, I didn't get that to you earlier. I've highlighted recommendation 4B says they want to decrease the need for air conditioning and lower greenhouse gas emissions. So we've continued to work with them. And we created a public communication piece in coordination with them. A copy of it is attached. It was a door hanger. We distributed over 100,000 copies of this. Our members, volunteers, hung them on doors of apartment buildings. And this is what the Toronto Public Health Department created in terms of artwork and messaging. And right now, we know that they're going towards a strategy for increasing public cooling in the community. And this was just dealt with a week ago, or February 14th at the Board of Health meeting. So in today's report, there is a PowerPoint from Mr. Strega, which you didn't go through, but it's attached. On slide number 13, clearly says that public health did not recommend a maximum indoor temperature. But however, at Tenant Issues Committee a couple weeks ago, they want recommendation 1 for City Council to support in principle a maximum of 26 degrees Celsius. So I'm here to ask you not to support that. Less than a year ago, Toronto Public Health, after years of studying this and working with us, said that's not the right way to go. It's contained in Mr. Schrager's PowerPoint presentation, so I'm just asking you not to support that. We want to continue to work with the Public Health Department in the city to see what we can do in an ongoing manner to mitigate any of these health issues. But the buildings are old. They were built without any central ductwork, and to install ductwork would be very time-consuming and very probably not even possible. They're concrete buildings without any sort of chases to put things in. The electrical, it's all in the public health report, the electrical systems within each of these buildings probably can't support the electricity demand that would go along with this, nor could the local transformers or the citywide transformers. So there's a number of reasons why this is not the right way to go, and I'm just here to ask you to not support that first recommendation from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chong. Are there questions of the deputy? All right, questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, we've got Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong and Deputy Mayor Bilo, did you have your hand up too? Okay, and Councillor Hainsey. So we have 3 questions of staff, starting with you, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, so it's true there are 3,400 apartment buildings in the city, yes?
Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, there are just over 3,400 apartment buildings that fall under the rent-safe TO apartment building registry bylaw. So that's any building that's 3 stories or higher with 10 or more units in it.
So, and 83% of them have hot water heating, right? Is that right?
That's correct.
So that would be somewhere around 2,800 buildings, yes?
Yes.
So that would mean that there would be no forced air.
That's correct.
So that means they'd have to have, if you were to put in some sort of air conditioning, they'd have to have separate units put on every single one of the units. Is that?
The practical outcome would be individual air conditioning units in each apartment unit, yes.
So that would be like, that'd be very difficult to do, would it not?
There are quite a few technical challenges associated with that, which is why I believe Toronto Public Health made that recommendation in their report last year.
And so, and also, if you were to do that, those costs would be passed on, could be passed on to the tenant through an above guideline increase, yes? So they could be, this could result in them paying more rent.
That's correct. Any capital improvements could be subject to an above guideline increase, as well as we're aware that approximately 63% of the buildings in the city are sub-metered.
So they would pay the extra electrical cost upon that.
That's correct.
And so in addition to that, we have no visibility on whether, on a really hot day, we know that's when, those hot days, that's when the
the electrical grid is most tested, and we're most likely to have blackouts or brownouts. Do we have any idea if we were to put require air conditioning in all these units to meet this 26-degree thing, how Toronto Hydro would handle that, and whether they have the capacity to handle that, how long it would take for them to build the infrastructure, and what the cost associated with that would be?
We do not have that direct information. We are working to communicate with Toronto Hydro on that, but it's my understanding that especially during peak demand periods, that the impacts would be substantial on the electrical load.
I see. And the environmental impacts of having air conditioning units on all of those thousands and thousands of apartments?
My understanding is there was a commentary in our report that it's equivalent to a mid-size generating plant would be required to supply that electrical demand during peak summer months.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. We had Deputy Mayor Barlow next.
I mean, Deputy Mayor Denzil Minnan-Wong asked a lot of the questions that I intended to ask. Just if a tenant has any desire or need to have an air condition, is there anything in the Act or anything that prevents that the landlord can stop him from having that air conditioning unit, or no?
There's no regulations provincially or municipally that would prevent that. It's strictly a landlord-tenant issue between them, and my understanding from speaking with our colleagues at the Greater Toronto Apartment Building Association, that the majority of their members do permit individual air conditioning units in the buildings, and it's my experience from our officers inspecting these buildings that we do see quite a few window-mounted air conditioning units in the rental apartments.
So this was a recommendation by Public Health and MLS not to have a maximum? Both units agreed that we should not go that way?
That's correct. We think there's more of a longer-term strategy and solutions that we should be exploring and implementing before we consider something of this nature, which has a lot of challenges technically.
That's all, you okay, Deputy Mayor Barlow? Okay, next we had Councillor Ainsley, and then Councillor Giorgio, you're waving your hand. Do you have to leave the room, or, huh? You want to be next, or do you? Okay, but we have Councillor Ainsley next. I'm sorry? No, but Councillor Ainsley was actually next. Oh, yeah, no, okay, I put you down after Councillor Ainsley. Right.
Thank you. Through your meritory, I just understand, so this report's looking at establishing a maximum heat level.
Yeah. That was a recommendation through a motion through Tenant Issues Committee.
Okay, and then do we also look at minimum heat level in apartments?
That's already prescribed in our bylaws. That requires a minimum temperature of 21 degrees Celsius be maintained in rental apartment buildings.
Okay, and how is that monitored by MLS? It's just, so if I have an issue with my landlord, I would call you or email or 311 and say, I'm not getting enough heat in my apartment on Tuesday?
That's correct. We get about between 1,000 to 2,000 complaints a year about inadequate heat or no heat in apartment units throughout the year, and we respond to those via either 311 calls or directly to our offices.
Okay, and is that monitored at all, or you would send an inspector in an apartment building or a rental unit that's had a complaint, you'd send an inspector in with a temperature gauge and check the temperature and then go to the landlord, or?
That's correct. We have to go and inspect and verify if in fact the temperature is between 21 degrees Celsius. And if we do find it, and we do take measurements with thermometers, if we find it's below that temperature, then we direct the landlord to take immediate action, either provide alternative heat sources such as electric heaters, if there is in fact a problem with the heating system in the building, or address other issues that may be resulting in that inadequate heat.
And how do you do ongoing, like if I have an apartment and the landlord's mucking around with the heat, so I would call every day and you would send an inspector out every day with a thermometer or thermostat?
I'm not aware of us finding situations where we have landlords adjusting the heat arbitrarily or knowingly. Usually if there's an inadequate heat, there's either a mechanical problem with the heating system, and since the majority of our heating systems in these buildings is hot water systems, and maybe an air trap in the radiator system, or maybe problems with the hot water not getting to that particular unit. So they investigate those, but we don't find them altering the temperature in the buildings arbitrarily or up and down because of the size of the systems. It's not that easy to regulate. It's not like a furnace in a house, for instance.
Right. So once you send an inspector in based on a complaint, you get very few repeat offenders?
We get very few repeat offenders, except for we do have one or two landlords perhaps that constantly are not providing adequate heat on a continual basis. Those ones we deal with individually. I don't want to say that all our landlords are perfect, because they're not, but it's not a system-wide issue.
Okay, and you don't do anything, I know there's other jurisdictions, for example, New York City, there's a group called heatseek.org where they have like a monitoring device they leave in the apartment, so you can measure the heat, and it's done wirelessly. The homeowner doesn't even need an internet connection. We've never looked at any technology like that, so you're not sending inspectors out?
Again, for the relatively small percentage of heat complaints we get, considering we have over 300,000 apartment units in the city, getting between 1,000 to 2,000 complaints a year, and those aren't verified. Those are just the complaint numbers. I don't see the need for that at this moment.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. We had Councillor Palacio, and then we had Councillor DeGiorgio and Councillor McMahon. Councillor Palacio, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. In terms of enforcement, does the enforcement is on complaint basis, or do we have some sort of proactive enforcement?
Through the mayor to Councillor Palacio, no, it's through complaints is our enforcement.
Through complaints. This item was before the Municipal Licensing and Standards Committee, and I believe that was a year ago, approximately. And also there was a report from the Public Health. I believe that was in May. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, the Public Health Division clearly had different recommendations in terms of the educational component to address this problem. Wasn't that the case?
That's correct. One of the issues we're finding is right now around what we call the shoulder season, which is in the May and late September. Our bylaw currently requires that landlords must provide heat and maintain a minimum temperature from September 15th to June 1st of every year. That bylaw provision has caused some confusion in the industry, where building owners believe that means they have to have their heating systems on, regardless of exterior, the outside temperatures, come September 15th up until June 1st. So what we're proposing is we need to do a better enforcement education strategy or communication with those building owners, making them aware of what the bylaw requirements are, having better clarity around that requirement, so they understand that they do not have to turn on their heating systems if, for instance, it's 30 degrees Celsius outside, like it was this past October.
Do you support these recommendations based on what you just said?
That is our recommendation, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Palacio, you're all done. Thank you very much. Councillor on my list here, Councillor Palacio DeGiorgio.
Mayor, just have a couple of quick questions. Mr. Scraga, in keeping we're saying that the maximum temperature during the summer months has to be at 26 degrees, correct?
No, we do not have a bylaw that prescribes that, other than in our property standards bylaw. We do have a requirement that says if a building has air conditioning, it shall be on and maintain a maximum temperature of 26 degrees.
Okay, so the maximum temperature shall be 26, but if in the event where you've got a building that doesn't have ductwork, you're saying that the landlord has to make provision for each of the units to put in a window unit for air conditioning, or just suggest that they put them in?
No, we are not recommending that. That's just the motion that came from Tenant Issues Committee would lead to that should it be adopted.
But would it be mandatory that the landlord would have to, if it were adopted, would have to make sure that each unit owner would, or unit tenant would have a window unit, or would it be optional?
Well, based on the fact that over 83% or 83% of these apartment buildings do not have any central ductwork in them, the only way to achieve that requirement of 26 degrees would be through individual air conditioning units in each apartment unit.
But it would be optional. It would be optional, right? It wouldn't be mandatory on the landlord to ensure that they all had one.
If council adopted a bylaw that said maximum temperature could not exceed 26 degrees Celsius in an apartment unit, the only way I believe that you could achieve that is by putting in individual air conditioning units.
But mandatory?
Mandatory.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Where's my list here? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. So this Resilient Cities project, do you mean tower renewal?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat that?
You're implementing the Resilient Cities project. Is that, do you mean the tower renewal program?
No, that is work that's being done by other divisions in the city, and I believe the Chief Resiliency Officer, that is on their work plan.
Okay. I'll talk to him about that. And then how did you come up with the 21-degree minimum for heat?
That is based on historically, that's always been in the city's heating vital services bylaw. The province has a different number. Other municipalities range between 20 degrees to 21 degrees Celsius. The history of why Toronto's is 21 degrees, I don't have that history.
So the province is 20, okay. What if someone feels that's too hot? Because personally I do, but what if they find that's too hot? What can they do? Anything?
Nothing.
Move out?
I'm not aware of us getting too many complaints about apartments being too hot. If we're talking a temperature of 21 degrees versus 20 degrees, usually when we get complaints about 21 or being too hot, it's well in excess of the 25 to 30 degree mark.
Okay, thanks.
Now, didn't you ask a question already? You want to ask another question? Pardon me? You want to ask another question? All right. That's all right. If you want to, it's fine.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I get this right. So your concern is that by solving the heat issue for the tenants, you're actually creating a huge environmental issue. Is that what you're trying to tell us with individual units and so on and so forth?
There's a multitude of issues that would come out of this. That is one component of it. That's why this is a very complex matter. It's not as simple as just give everybody an air conditioning unit. There's the impacts on the electrical grid, both on the private side of the building, the infrastructure for Toronto Hydro, and then ultimately what is the outcome of the greenhouse gas emissions and the environmental impacts from that increased electricity demand and generation.
But we also need to acknowledge that we're getting more of these heat waves than usual. It's an increasing issue in our city. So what are we doing to working with the industry to address this issue?
Through the mayor from Toronto Public Health. The heat relief network that we're about to pilot this summer is based on a jurisdictional review that we did when we were asked to review the cooling centers that the city has. Last summer was a particularly cool summer, so it was difficult to get enough data to really look at the cooling centers and give you an answer about how effective they are. But when we looked at other jurisdictions in parallel, especially U.S. cities in this southern U.S. belt, they use all the public spaces they can find, in addition to spaces that the private sector make available, like malls, in addition to community organizations like faith organizations. And they create then what they call a heat relief network across the whole city. That's what we're proposing to implement as a pilot in partnership with each of the divisions it would affect, because obviously there's some challenges to work out to make that accessible to people. But what it would do was it would allow someone who is feeling too hot in an apartment building to get to a close, cool space instead of trying to get to one of the 7 cooling centers in the city, because you would literally have hundreds of options to go to. So we want to give that a chance to work itself out and see what we see in terms of complaints, and also work with the landlords to make sure that they're making available to their tenants, and work with staff that work with people who are vulnerable to make sure those folks know what the options are when they're out or when they're at home to get into cool space. So we want to give that heat relief network a chance, because it's been used quite successfully in the U.S. It's recommended by the Centers for Disease Control as an effective way to manage the heat risk, or the health risk of heat.
And if I can add to that, also we're looking at, with our partners, Tower Renewal, incentives and encouragement for building owners to be perhaps changing that when they change their window systems, to put in more openable windows so they can have enhanced ventilation, insulating of the buildings, perhaps shading or different glazing on the windows, especially if it's a south-facing apartment unit, which would get more increased ambient heat from the sun during the summer months versus a north-facing. So there's a multitude of different strategies that can be brought in to help alleviate the heat in the apartment units.
All right, I think that's the end of questions of staff, and I think we'll now move to speakers, and I'd like to acknowledge the Deputy Mayor, Min Wong, first.
Motion.
I'm sorry, what? Okay.
Whoops.
All right. No, go ahead, if you.
I'll just be very quick, and I do apologize if it was asked, but you know, you have a 20, 25, 30, 35-story building, you're going to get different heat levels depending on the elevation, depending on what the personal use is in the apartment, cooking or cleaning or what have you, the type of appliances they have, and so forth. How could you ever enforce a bylaw that could vary, that a number could vary throughout the building?
You're quite correct, Councillor. There would be those challenges as well associated with enforcing such a bylaw.
Is your recommendation to send this to council without recommendation or to defeat it?
This was not a recommendation from staff, Councillor. This was a motion that came from Tenant Issue Committee to executive. It was not a staff-initiated motion.
See, I was just asking.
I think your question might be answered by something that the Deputy Mayor might address in his remarks.
Okay, fair enough.
So, any other questions of staff? Fine, then we will move on, and that is to the Deputy Mayor to speak.
Yeah, I have a motion, and it's referring this item to the Municipal Licensing and Standards Committee. You're welcome. So the guts of this are, I want to look at an assessment of the implications of adding air conditioning units to the electricity grid and its capacity, which we have no visibility on whatsoever. The estimated average operating cost to an apartment tenant where the unit is sub-metered. We may ask them to put in air conditioning units, but some folks won't be able to afford it. The impact of above guideline rent increases resulting from the cost of retrofitting all apartments with air conditioning. So they may not be able to afford getting the air conditioners. If they don't have the choice, they'll still get a rent increase. And a strategy to ensure landlords do not exacerbate tenant discomfort through not turning air conditioning or on keeping heat on in the event of a warm weather period prior to June 2nd, 2018. So pretty simple stuff. We actually don't have a full answer on this, and details matter in this particular arrangement, especially in the summertime when we're taxing our grid, and we could be inviting brownouts or worse. So let's find out about all those costs. This is far more complicated than it would appear, keeping in mind that we actually do want to make sure that all our residents, especially our ones that are particularly at risk, get a certain level of protection. That's it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Others to speak? All right, I'm ready to call the question.
I'll just mention, I didn't see the motion before, so I'll deal with it at council, but I will add something to the motion because I think that it is important that what the director of MLS was actually talking about on, it's not so much the incentives, but how we can work with the landlords to the retrofit that happens to their buildings to help with the heat needs to be looked at. It's just not telling tenants, how bad it would be for them if this was to happen, is how do we get to work with the landlords and doing those changes when they're changing the windows, when they're doing all this, when these retrofits happen, how can we ensure that they happen in a way that is going to translate into better environment and less heat for tenants? Because this is happening more and more in our city, and I think we need to proactive looking into this. I know that our resilience officer through the tower renewal is working into some of this, and I think we need to bring these two issues together, how we're renewing our towers and how we deal with some of these issues that are going to be more prevalent in our city. And half of our city, thousands and thousands of people live in these buildings with the landlords, so we need to come together to address these issues, and I think needs to be part of the motion. So I'll add something at council. I didn't have an opportunity, I didn't see the motion, but I'm supportive of this, but I think we're just missing one more line.
I'm very favorably disposed to what you're talking about, and I wouldn't mind if you moved a friendly amendment just to include, for example, even the chief resiliency officer being included as part of that discussion that the deputy mayor
Sure. It's just that we need to ensure that that conversation is happening, that those changes are happening. When the retrofits are being done, that they're being done to acknowledge that we do have pressures, that it is the responsibility of us as a city and the landlords to work together to address it.
A lot of those being financed too by the Ontario government with some of that money there.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, it works better for everybody because they also have other benefits. But I think we need to work. Yep.
Or included here, but that's fine. Yes, Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be extremely short. This item was dealt with at the municipal licensing standard, and a standing committee of council, of course, and at length, and that was less than a year ago. So to city staff, they went the extra mile to have a very healthy debate where all the stakeholders were included. So from that perspective, I think we have had that conversation. Sending it back to the committee, okay, let's deal with it. But that conversation had taken place with all the stakeholders, with input from the Toronto Board of Health as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Others to speak? All right, we're ready to call the question then on Councillor Deputy Mayor. Oh, you're just getting it sorted out? Oh, you're adding something. Oh, fine, okay, we can hold on to that. Well, yes, we do. We can go back to 17? Huh? 3217. We were just finalizing a motion on that. Where are we here? Back to 17. Yes, and it was to have the fire chief come to address the open data issue, if I can put it that way as well. And we have that up there now? That the item be referred to the fire chief and general manager. Chief financial analysis. So it similarly provides for a report to CDRF by the fire chief and the CIO about open data. And I think that's consistent with our discussion that we want to see that happen. All right, so we'll move first this question on this motion from Councillor Ainsley. And all those in favor? And then the item as amended to include Councillor Ainsley's motion, which also had the chief coming to do something else on regulatory changes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So both the motion, amending motion, and the item as amended carried. All right. And then we're just sorting out number 18 now. And then we have left to deal with here, just so I'm clear, we have number 19 was being held by Deputy Mayor Bailão. And then 21, which is the blockchain item, which has some deputants. So why don't we go to the deputants, just because they're waiting patiently, and there are two deputants on the blockchain item, EX 32.21, and the deputants are Mr. Luke Bradley, Blockchain Research Institute. Luke Bradley here? All right, if not, then Derek Moran. Okay, Derek, 5 minutes.
Just so everyone knows, the Toronto Police have a financial crimes unit. That financial crimes unit has their own Twitter account. And Mayor Tory, you may recall at the police board last month, I showed everyone a tweet from the financial crimes unit of the Toronto Police. It reads, as Bitcoin bubble loses air, frauds and flaws rise to surface. Cryptocurrencies are almost a perfect vehicle for scams. Now, I'm not qualified to say whether or not that's true. I'm just simply pointing out, this isn't me. This is what the Toronto Police are saying. So since they used the word frauds in this tweet, Mayor Tory, you're a lawyer, so you probably have your own copy of the Martin's Criminal Code. I just want everyone to take notice of the they give the meaning of defrauds generally in the Martin's Criminal Code. It says the classic definition of fraud is found in the judgment of, I think it's Buckley J. and London and Globe Finance Corporation, 1903. To defraud is to deprive by deceit. It is by deceit to induce a man to act to his injury. More simply put, it may be put that to deceive is by falsehood, to induce a state of mind. To defraud is by deceit to induce a course of action. It was held, however, in Scott versus Metropolitan Police Commissioner, 1974, that this definition is not exhaustive and that to defraud ordinarily means to deprive a person dishonestly of something which is his or hers, of something to which he is or would or might be, but for the perpetration of the fraud, be entitled. In R versus Renard, 1974, Ontario Court of Appeal, the court held that a victim may be defrauded by being deprived of something, and he may be deprived of something either by being fraudulently induced to part with it or by having that to which he is entitled fraudulently diverted or withheld from him. An accused acts in procuring a third person to put him in a position to take money to which the complainant would be otherwise entitled constitutes fraud. R versus Cribbs, 1968, Ontario Court of Appeal. Take notice, the very beginning of the Constitution Act, 1982, starts off with, whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. Take notice, this is from the King James Version of the Bible, Matthew 21:12. Ironically enough, we're in Scarborough, and Rush wrote an album called 21:12, so maybe that's where they got it from. And Jesus went into the temple of God and cast out all them that sold and bought in the temple and overthrew the tables of the money changers and the seats of them that sold doves. Now, when you think about it, how does one get a hold of cryptocurrency? Well, you got to take the colorful, flashy, shiny stuff in our pockets that most people think is money. It's not. And you have to change that into Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever cryptocurrency you're talking about. So what Matthew 21:12 should say in this instance is, and Jesus went to Toronto City Hall and cast out Councillor Kelly, Councillor Lee, and all them who would defraud the people of Toronto by letting them pay taxes with cryptocurrency, but not the remittance already provided for them, alluded to in Genesis 4:3, and overthrew the tables where Deputy Treasurer Mike St. Amant sat in committee room number 1, and again, the seats of them that sold doves. Because take notice that we already have actually something called the Currency Act, 1985. It's a federal act. An act respecting currency, which reads short title, section 1, this act may be cited as the Currency Act. Now, I did a word search for cryptocurrency, and nothing came up. So I did a search for crypto, nothing came up. Did a search for currency, and something came up. So take notice, it says public accounts and statements, section 12. All public accounts established or maintained in Canada shall be in the currency of Canada, and any reference to money or monetary value in any indictment or other legal proceedings shall be stated in the currency of Canada, which is not cryptocurrency. Sums mentioned in Constitution and Acts, section 14. Any sum mentioned in dollars and cents in the Constitution Act 1867 and 1982, and any act of Parliament shall, unless it is otherwise expressed, be construed as being a sum in the currency of Canada. Again, cryptocurrency is not the currency of Canada. That monetary unit, by the way, section 3.1 says the monetary unit of Canada is the dollar, not a coin bit or Bitcoin or whatever you guys are planning on possibly doing. But
and on that note,
because I hear the transit's not very good in Scarborough, I got to find my way back to Yonge and Eglinton soon.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Questions of the deputant? Okay, hearing none, I'll thank you. Are there questions of staff? Are there then speakers visiting from outside the committee? And I see Councillor Kelly here, and you're most welcome. And please, over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I regret very much that Luke Bradley from the Blockchain Institute was not here to address this issue. He has the expertise. Mr. Mayor, I frankly don't know very much about cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. But here's what I do know, that we live in revolutionary times. There are people who are calling the age into which we're going or describe it as the fourth industrial revolution. That cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies are among the driving forces of this revolution, that we as a council and government should know more about them, their drawbacks and their benefits, that banks, businesses, and the other two orders of government are beginning to look more closely at them, that one of the major centers of blockchain research is right here in Toronto. That the City of Toronto's emerging brand, Mr. Mayor, and you're well aware of this, is that of a creative city that not only accepts change, but promotes it. And finally, that an analysis of these forces would help us improve the many services we provide our residents. And to speak directly to the two parts of the motion that is before you, I would recommend that the report back be changed to the second quarter of 1919, and that in the first section that we add to it interested stakeholders among those that look at this particular issue. Those are my thoughts and those are my recommendations, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Kelly. So someone on the committee, if they wish, will have to put those two changes in, one of which on the timing is quite significant and for our staff to have more time to have a look at this. And Councillor Thompson, you'll put those on the table. And now that was Councillor Kelly speaking from outside the committee. Do you wish to speak as a member of the committee? Then it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will move the amendments that Councillor Kelly's speaking of, and you mean 2019, correct? I thought you said 1919, but 2019. Is that correct, Councillor? 2019, right?
Yes.
2019.
Right, okay, fair enough. So, Mr. Mayor, I was reading a European a newspaper and it talked a little bit about what we do know as I think it's Kodak, which was the great film company and so on, and so they are now launching a whole production division. They've bought an interest in a UK-based company that are into the cryptocurrencies and so on. Clearly, we know that at the outset there had been many elements of illegalities associated with people using them for specific purposes and so on. This is a trend. This is a direction that the world is moving towards, and as Councillor Kelly has pointed out, that not many people may understand the issue around the currency at the moment and so on. However, it appears that many in certainly the financial sector and business in general now are starting to pay attention to this. It's a new phenomena that requires government as well to have strong understanding, and I realize that there isn't a lot of regulations at the moment, but there's efforts are being made to regulate and to get a better handle in terms of the areas around cryptocurrencies. It's not going to go away. It is something that we as government, municipal governments, we have to understand. I suspect that maybe we don't have the staffing capacity at the moment, but we can get that expertise to assist our staff with respect to a better understanding, so that we will all have a better understanding and so on. So that's, you know, this currency phenomena and change is moving in a direction where these types of currencies are being utilized as a form of money as such. And so I think we need to get a handle on that. We are very supportive of blockchain technology. In fact, through EDC, we are funding the Institute here in Toronto because it is something that is going to have huge capacity in terms of platform utilization and so on. I'm currently reading a couple of books on this technology, and it is actually fascinating in terms of how it can be utilized. I think that there is huge benefits in terms of efficiency and opportunities for governments and so on, and the general population, the economy as a whole is going to benefit. And clearly there's a lot of work to be done in this particular area. But I think what Councillor Kelly is saying, look, this is something that's taking place. We must have a better understanding of it. And then we must then make determination based on facts, based on data and so on, how we then implement that as part of our currency process that we would accept as a municipality. People are using the cryptocurrencies to buy homes. They're doing all sorts of trade and activities and so on. And like everything else, there are elements of illegalities and element of criminalities and so on and so forth as part of that illegality and so on. That's in the purview that is this particular form of currency. But it doesn't mean that we can't actually understand what the requirements are to ensure that the legal component part of him to how we utilize these currencies are done. And I think that by definition as government, we are required to have this understanding. How else then could we either regulate or seek to incorporate it as part of the process in terms of how payments are made? Because at this particular point in time, the issue is that our lack of understanding, and it is, we heard a few months ago, so who's actually trading these currencies? Who are the beneficiaries and so on, and what are the societal and economic impact? It will have an economic impact, I do believe, in time, and I think that it's important for us to get a better understanding of this particular issue. I don't believe, as we've done with Uber and other things through technology, Mr. Mayor, that we can hide and say we don't want to deal with these things. We must deal with them. We may decide that this is not something that we want to necessarily implement, but at least have the facts first and foremost before we make those particular decisions. So I'm with Councillor Kelly and others, and I ask others to support this, moving it forward. 2019, I don't know if I'll be here in 2019, but nonetheless, the city will be here in 2019, so I think it's a process that we need to advance.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Others to speak? Well, Councillor Ainsley?
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have a motion that I wanted. The motion simply says that relevant staff be asked to include within their report an analysis on potential security. Cryptocurrency and blockchain technology is a very new form of payment system. It came in for years. Just recently, cyber coins or crypto technology currency can be hacked. There's been a couple of instances. We're going to be done the
splitting the item in two as number one as amended separately from number two here. No, he asked for it to be split.
He wants both of them split. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have to split it with the amended version of it. Right. Okay. So. I have one number one recorded. Okay. Councillor Venin Wong has asked on clause 1 as amended that it should be the subject of a recorded vote. All those. Oh, you're going to do it.
Does he want?
Wants a recorded vote on number 1 as amended.
Okay.
And then we'll vote on number 2 separately.
Perfect. Okay. So on clause 1 as amended, all those in favor?
Yeah, it was just up there a second ago, but we can.
Hold on.
Just changes the date.
There we go. All those in favor? Councillor Ainsley? Councillor Crawford?
Get just choice space for housing.
Councillor DiGiorgio? Councillor McMahon? Mayor Tory? Councillor Palacio? Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Thompson? All those opposed? Councillor Balau? Deputy Mayor Venin Wong? All right, the motion passes 8-2.
All right, thank you. And then, do you need us? Well, we vote now. We have to vote on clause 2. We don't need a recorded vote. All those in favor of clause 2? You want to record a vote, okay?
All right. So all those in favor of recommendation number 2, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Balau, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Thompson passes anonymously.
All right, and then the item, well, we've passed both parts, and we don't have to have any more votes, that's it. We just passed both parts.
Yeah.
And then do we have to pass incorporating Councillor Ainsley's amendment as well? So we do, so the overall item, including Councillor Ainsley's amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried, okay. We have to go back now to one more thing that we had, which was the air conditioning, and then also we have the one more affordable housing issue. So, the air conditioning was number 17, I think, wasn't it? No, it wasn't 17, it was 18. 18. So, we were just waiting for a motion on that. Did we have that? Yes. All right. Is that, we had one that was just a slight amendment to include the resiliency officer. Yeah, who is moving that?
I was moving it as.
And then we just amended it. Do we have an up-to-date version of the motion on number 17 to put up? 18, rather? 18, yeah. So there, the amendment, the change is just to reference up there in the third line from the top, in consultation with the Chief Resiliency Officer? Is that really the change that was made? Okay, so I think it covers off what Deputy Mayor Barlow was getting at. All right, are we ready to put the question on this then? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Okay, then last but certainly not least, that would bring us to item number 19, 32-19, the rental housing market conditions, and that was held for Deputy Mayor Barlow. Are there questions of staff? Okay, then speakers?
Yes, I have an amendment to the recommendations to item 1 and 2. And so the first one is actually to have this recommendation being part of the report that is going to be coming to Toronto and East York Community Council on laneway housing. And the second one is to have the recommendation being part of the Housing Opportunities Plan. The city will be embarking in a long-term plan for housing, and so this recommendation is a good one, but it should be part of a whole housing strategy done for the city. So that is my recommendation.
So that's just the one amendment then?
Yep.
Okay. All right, are there any questions of the mover or others wishing to speak? Do you have a question, Councillor Palacio?
Deputy Mayor, just for clarification on recommendation number 1, so it's with regards to the laneway housing. So is that the intention of it is, it seems like the recommendations that came from the Tenants Issue Committee are kind of premature, given what's taking place?
Well, actually, the recommendation from the Tenants Committee didn't have a date, and this work is actually being done as we speak, because there is a report coming to May, and so this is just to clarify. The work is being done anyway, so we just want to make sure that we acknowledge the request and ask it to come back in this,
so
in this report.
The planning department's already working on it. There is
exactly.
Also a pilot project underway with the U of T, so all of this is premature in relation to what's coming forward. With regards to the recommendation number 2, is the Affordable Housing Committee is already dealing with, and I believe that the city hired the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis to deepen the knowledge in terms of the housing market across the board. So the purpose of your recommendation is actually, since the Affordable Housing Committee is already working on it, this would be kind of duplicating the work.
Exactly. We want to have one strategy, one report, not have housing strategy being done in silos and all kinds of departments. We need to, as a city, as a council, we're going to have the opportunity to have a discussion about housing strategy for the next 10 years. The work, in order to give us the information, to give us the data, is already well underway. We're going to have the opportunity to see some of that in June and July, and then staff will have another 6 months to work on it, and in 2019, when we come back, we're going to have the next 10-year housing plan, and this should be absolutely part of that plan. The rental market and how to deal with it needs to be a big part of that market, and so again, we're just acknowledging that this is some important work that needs to be done. It should not be done in isolation and separately from the Housing Action Plan.
The report from the Tenants Issue Committee has 3 recommendations, and the last recommendation, it's actually asking for City Council to direct the chief planner to secure tenancy for renters in apartments with less than 6 units across the city.
So I'm not commenting on that. I'm not amending that recommendation. I'm amending these 2 recommendations.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palacio. Other questions of the mover or others wishing to speak? All right, others wishing to speak? All right, I'm ready to call the question then. First on the amendment, Councillor Bailau's amendment, motion to amend. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Can vote separately on recommendation number 3, please.
So you wanted to have the separate vote, which one?
On recommendation number 3.
3. Okay, we'll have then a vote on recommendation number 3 first, and then we'll do 1, 2, and 4 together. I assume that's acceptable. So, recommendation 3, we'll have, did you want a recorded vote or just a separate vote? Separate vote, all right. All those in favor of recommendation 3? Recommendation 3, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? All right, carried. And then items, recommendations 1 and 2, 1 as amended and 2. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I believe that brings us to the end of our business. May I just, before we go, 2 things I want to say. First of all, on your behalf, may I say a word of thanks to the clerk's office in particular for all of their help in organizing this meeting held in Scarborough. I think it was a very important thing that we did to have this meeting here. We'll assess it and decide based on all the different considerations how we go forward with this kind of idea, but I think that they helped to make this happen today, and as you can see, there were some things they had to worry about that were not just the kind of usual that we would face at City Hall, so I want to thank them most sincerely for that. And secondly, and not less important by any means, may I just acknowledge, as somebody did earlier on, not only is it John Livy's last meeting of the Executive Committee that he will attend, all things being as scheduled, but also Peter Wallace's. And I want to just say to them, first of all, they probably are going out to have a bottle of champagne tonight because they don't have to come back to any of these meetings, but I'm just kidding. I'm sure they enjoyed them and would like us to schedule a special meeting before they leave. But may I just say that at all of these meetings, so we even had John filling in as sort of acting fire chief today, but they have conducted themselves in my time here as consummate professionals and been of great help to us and to the people of the City of Toronto in helping us to consider the matters in front of this committee that we consider. So I want to just record here our thanks to both of them for all the time they've spent in front of the Executive Committee, which has been considerable even in the last 4 years. So thank you very much, both of you. And we will have more occasions later to dissect their great contributions to the public sector. But on that note, I will say thank you to them again and to the clerks, and thank you all, and we will stand adjourned.